Welcome to the Inglorious Bards. I'm your humble game master, Tom, and this is Adventure 18. Welcome to the show. We are coming to you live on twitch.tv/IngloriousBards every Tuesday, 7 p.m. Pacific. Come join us live, join the chat. You can also visit our website, ingloriousbards.com, and find our YouTube page, Twitch page, and all the different podcasts we are hosted on, as well as you can join our Discord server and join in the discussion there. We are excited to pick up where we left off, and we will start with a recap of what happened last time with Jeremy.
In our last session, we had the two split parties that were getting back together, and Brenros attempted to destroy the chalice, the last chalice that we've been hunting for months. But he was beaten to it by a messenger of Scourgeonar, who told him all sorts of ominous things, like the fact that there have been more towers getting unburied, cultists are doing rituals, and that he was the chosen sacrifice that was lured there the whole time. Thankfully, Brenros dispatched him with a whole lot of self-doubt in the process, and ended up saving Sildren and Xander from a rather horrible fate, and they made it back to Tabernary, where they were going to meet up with the rest of the party up north. When we got back up north, we found out that Iggy and Idrisil had met with the king, were given some really awesome shock runes that they were able to attach to their weapons, and got the additional bonus of a new character to join the party. His name was Piercy von Skeetenlever. And Piercy von Skeetenlever is a swashbuckler rat folk who was honored to join the party and meet up with everybody. And meet up they did. There was a lot of joy and a lot of tears, mourning the loss of Jix and trying to find the new place inside the party in Tabernary. After some discussion, the entire party decided to head off to Mearscon, where we broke up into a couple different sections and split up again. Xander and Piercy went off to the Nexus, and Idrisil Sildren went off to go see Lord Yendamore and give him some updates on the king that might be coming back. And we ended with Iggy and I'm sorry, the other one, Brenros. Iggy and Brenros both went to Mother's house to give her the word about Jix's passing. It was a emotional one. It was a heart-wrencher, and let's hope we don't have to go through all of that again. So from there, let the adventure begin.
At an old boarding house tucked away in the city of Mearscon, Xander leads the newest member of the heroes, Piercy von Skeetenlever, up the roof. The swashbuckling rat looks confused.
Yeah, no, you're gonna love this. We got soft beds, and there's magic books, there's a view of the ocean, and no one can find us.
Piercy steps out onto the widow's walk on the roof and looks out at the city below. Xander motions for the swashbuckler to follow him along the iron steps that make a path across the roof of the boarding house.
You will excuse me, but where exactly are we going?
We're going to the Nexus.
I do not understand what is a nexus.
What's that?
What is a nexus?
A Nexus?
A nexus.
What?
You are saying a word I do not know when you speak that we are seeking a nexus.
What the heck are you saying? What is a Nexus?
Yes, exactly.
You know what? You're really confusing for an adorable little rat.
Yes, thank you.
No. Okay, that's another thing. Let's get one thing straight. Okay, I'm the adorable one in the group, not you. If anyone's gonna be cute and sweet and make charming banter, it's gonna be me. Got it?
Okay, I will keep my charming banter to myself. I would not want to anger you in any way, and I will acquiesce to your request.
Okay, I have no idea what you just said, but I'm watching you.
Xander stops near the edge of the roof with a long drop down to the cobblestone below. Piercy looks around confused as to why they are out on the roof.
Perhaps we should return back inside, Xander, and wait for the others to return. This end is dead.
What?
The end that we have reached, it is dead.
No, quiet, you! Now watch closely and behold the magic of Xander!
Xander takes out his Nexus key and inserts it into the open air. The key partially disappears for a moment before the gnome turns it. With a loud click, a door takes shape inches away from the edge of the roof, suspended over the street below. Piercy watches in amazement as Xander opens the door and steps into another realm. The swashbuckling rat takes a deep breath and follows him into the Nexus. In the center of the city, the Navaran Senate building controls all of the kingdom. In a luxurious private chamber of thick paneling, behind a huge fancy desk sits Kethad, leader of the Navaran Senate. He addresses several attendants and his closest senators while wearing the official robe of the Senate overseer. Things are under control. Under control.
How can you say that? We hear rumors that the king is bringing an army to retake the city, that he has agents working against us within our walls.
No. Bite your tongue, Senator, and remember who you are speaking to. There is no army. Besides, the magic of House Relmar watches over us. Their strict oath demands them to follow the law and protect the Senate. And I have placed the Renarian Brotherhood in charge of patrolling certain districts and protecting key locations. They have already locked away many undesirables, and they also search the city closely for any sign of the king to bring him to me in chains.
And this celebration, with House Nakor no longer sending funds our way, the Fall Sun Festival is costing us a fortune. For what purpose?
We need to placate the people, keep them on our side, and remove any traces of interest in the king's return. Let them drink in the streets and play their games, which I plan to have our own people with.
But the people are to win. It has always been that the winners of the competition choose a commoner's law. Why take that from them?
We will have our agents win and demand even more from the Senate, which I will graciously agree to, extending the celebration another week, halting all taxes for a year.
But we don't have the resources for that. You're playing the short game, Cathard. We will be run out of the city before the end of winter.
Worry not, Senator, for I have a new powerful ally, Friends of Gold, who will ensure our continued reign for quite some time. All you need to do is appease the commoners and keep your vote strongly tied to my orders. We will have King Phaon captured in his own dungeon and his head at my feet before too long. At the Elderbrook estate, Yggdrasil and Sildren sit at the long meeting table of Lord Yendamore. The old noble pours the heroes some expensive wine and sits down next to them with a grateful look. Oh, it is so good to see you men again. So very good. Much has changed since last we spoke.
Aye, and we already get to hear it. A lot has happened to us while we were away.
We have news to share.
Please, then tell me of your efforts outside the city.
Well, such as they are, we have updated the task a lot faster than I would have hoped, but here we are. We went to see Lady Talmaldrin.
Yes.
As you mentioned. She was giving with certain things and a bit of a recluse with other things.
I have heard her purse strings are hard to loosen.
They are, but the job seemed to have been accomplished. My hope is uplifted, and after that, I journeyed north with associates of mine, and at great cost to us, we found a prize. Lady Talmalgin requested a messenger to be sure that the king's words would be without question. I could think of no better messenger to send her than King Phaon himself.
Oh.
I met with the king once again. I lost a friend and gained a new ally. One of the king's own guards now works with us in close conjunction. King Phaon is now on his way to Lady Talmalgin's. Soon he will be within the walls of Mearscon.
That is excellent news. I had sent for him several weeks ago, so I'm glad you had an opportunity to speak with him. I cannot wait to meet him. It will be a good change of the times, as we have faced some challenging times while you've been gone. My man, Devar, he was captured by the Renarian Brotherhood, sent away to
Please.
the Solene Church. I believe he was killed by the Renarians, handed over to the church, and now they have his body on display somewhere. And he was the last of my men.
I saw that very thing on my way here. I want you to know that hope is not lost. We still fight for this cause. We still fight for the king.
I suggest we get him here as soon as we can. I have been playing both sides as best I can and feigning total loyalty to the Senate as best I can, but with the loss of Devar, I've decided to play my hand. I have reached out to several senators and made a connection and let them know my true allegiance, and it has been a well-founded gamble. I figured if I didn't make a play soon, I would find myself dead in the hands of the Brotherhood. I've reached out to Senator Grier. Do you remember his name?
My associate, Sildren, will recall him.
Yes, indeed.
He was one that you reached out to some time ago. Sent a message to him. He is quite interested in what's going on. He has been speaking with several other senators, and there is definitely a fracture led by him against Senator Cathad, but he is too worried about consequences to stick his neck out on the line. I mentioned none of you in particular by name. However, after a conversation, he was very much interested, the Senator Grier, in meeting the knight who put the High Priest of Solene in his place. I think that would be a good first start, a connection with a knight, our knight, Sir Brenros, to meet with Senator Grier.
I can think of no one better than a man of honor such as Brenros to help us. Right now, he is close by in Thale, delivering unfortunate news to a family member. What can you tell us of the Senate's movements in our absence?
Right around the time I last spoke with you, Senator Grier and several mentioned the king's name officially on the Senate floor about his possible return. The Senate overseer, Senator Cathod, did not take kindly to that, admonished them greatly in the public chambers, yelling and screaming at them. And apparently several threats were levied against them. And now those senators, and I think there are more than a handful who were just starting to take a stand and perhaps help bring in our king, have now retreated back into their shells under the threats of Kethad.
And what of the houses? When we left you, we caused quite a bit of trouble, though I fear that if they are not further distracted, the target on our backs will grow.
I do not know much about the houses other than the one that is playing a key factor in all of this, and that is House Relmar. Those are the sorcerers and wizards of the city. They have a very strict code that they abide by. It is their law that gives them their magical abilities, and they must adhere to it at all costs. They provide the power to the Senate in many ways. They must follow the law. The law has been set up that now the Senate is in charge, and they will use their magic diligently to obey that law. But they are very stuck in their ways, House Relmar, and they are a formidable adversary and a formidable opponent to change and bringing the king in. The Senate has soldiers, the Senate has town guard and the Brotherhood. Those are all very, very threatening assets that they have. But House Relmar has allegiance to no one but the law, and the Senate controls the law.
But as you say, they're not connected to any one person, even this Kethad.
But they are stuck in their ways, House Relmar. They abide to the letter of the law at all times. I don't see how we proceed. Things have gotten so much worse. I'm trying to stay positive.
The wizards will defer to the Senate in what they declare. Is that correct?
The wizards must follow their defensive oath, and the defensive oath is to protect the rightful leaders of Navarre. That has been decided through law that it is the Senate. And unless a new law is set up that says otherwise and brings back our beloved king, Relmar will protect the Senate against any usurper.
And from what you have learned, if the senators who were with Grier originally were to be inspired again, would we have the majority of the Senate in our favor or against King Phaon?
That I do not know, and that I am hoping perhaps Sir Brenros might be able to glean, or at least sway some minds by meeting Senator Grier. If you can find our knight, I can set up a meeting as soon as possible with the senator.
I can't speak for him, but I feel certain he would be willing to meet with the senator. Put that in motion.
The only thing sharper than Brenros,
Sir Brenros.
The only thing sharper than Brenros' blade is his constitution.
I have put myself on the line with Senator Grier. I know he has worked occasionally with Kethad from time to time, but I have made the risk, and I feel that this Senator Grier is our only play within the Senate.
Yandamore, before we wait for Brenros, what can you tell us of the festival making its way into the city? It seems that everyone there's word in the streets. There seems to be a bit of excitement amongst the townfolk?
Oh yes, it hasn't happened in a long time. It's the fall sun celebration, something to do with the harvest or the changing of young maidens into women, and it's a seasonal thing that somehow hasn't happened since the Senate's been in charge. But it's got the whole kingdom abuzz. They have spared no expense in setting up festivities. The entire long pier, almost the entire dock, has been taken over with pavilions and tents and stages and competitions and food and performers. It's been going on for a couple days, and we'll go a couple more.
Well, if this festival seems to have come out of nowhere, my associates and I were discussing that this could be some kind of ruse.
How so? What do you suspect?
I put nothing above people who seek nothing but power. Simply put, I think that if it is a distraction, we can also use that to our advantage and keep the distractors themselves distracted while we make a big play.
What if we distracted the distractors of the no? Well, I feel if we were to oversimplify matters, we have 3 significant challenges. How to make sure House Relmar does not work against our efforts to take back the throne, how to get senators who now do not want to put their heads on the chopping block to stick their heads out and vote for our king to return, and how do we get the people behind us. I have some ideas to that, and I think this celebration, which has come and hasn't come in a long time and is now here, I think it is the Senate's way of buying the people's attention.
Their plan may be all for naught. It could be that what they see as a means to their rule is actually a cause of their destruction. And I hope you understand, I wish none of these men harm unless they wish to harm others. It is simply the absolute power which we in our group feel is corrupting these men.
Absolutely.
And that is what we seek to stop.
Well, I think our next step is to have Sir Brenros meet with Senator Grier. We need to somehow get this challenging task of the king into the city when they are absolutely hunting for him. I have also heard word that some I don't know the word for it. Magic of the dead has been used by the Renarian Brotherhood back in Tabernary, and they have identified several people who had dealt with the king in some sort of assault on their kind in some sort of warehouse, and they identified many of you. I would be on your watch for them.
We often are. It was not easy getting here. But we have a place in which we can hide from all sorts of enemies. We have a place in which we can hide the king until the time is right. It is simply getting him into the city, as you say. In that, we will need your help.
I will do everything that I can.
Well, until we meet with Brenros, I believe that is all for now.
All right. He has Chumley escort you guys out, and you guys are doing what? What do all of you guys want to do?
So probably Sildren and I will head towards Mother's House Summerall in that direction, since we're in the Thale district already, and try to rejoin Brenros and Iggy.
Okay.
My Brenros is foremost on Idrisil's mind right now.
Okay. You guys are able to meet up with them. You find them outside Mother's. Iggy and Sir Brenros, you have just left the Jix's former house. Once his father returned, you passed on the news to him, and he has spent quite some time now comforting Mother. You have bid your farewell and said you would return at some other time and have meet your friends. So we have Iggy, Brenros, Sildren, and Idrisil outside the Jix home right now.
Comrades, how is she?
Strong.
Exactly as you'd expect.
She's busying herself with cleaning his room and has been doing so for the most of the day.
But he was quite filthy.
That may be the case, but she's preoccupied.
She's probably just cleaning up from last time he was here, honestly.
The distraction is good for her. Keep her mind off of things happening around the city.
Well, of course, if we shan't bother them with our mission, let us not. Brenros, we just met with Yandamore, and we've discussed some terms of what to do next. And we feel that you are the right man for the job.
How so?
Well, the Senate is split. Sildren's message to Senator Grier seems to have been received well. However, it will take some more influencing. They heard about your confrontation with the High Priest. It seems to have gained favor with him.
Well, I don't think that was more me than intervention on the goddess's behalf, but...
Be that as it may, Brenros, they see you as fighting for the right cause. And I couldn't agree more.
Senator Grier wants to meet with you to discuss how to move forward, I suppose.
Well, if that is what is expected of me, then I will go and do just that. Though I'd probably feel more comfortable if I had the ear of Xander for a while, but he's not here.
Well, the Yandamore was setting up the meeting. We have time. We should probably convene at the Nexus and discuss our next steps, I believe.
Do we have time for this?
I believe we do, yes.
Very well, then. I don't know exactly what in the way of like protections that exist for House Summerall, but Brenros would like to try and pay for some sort of bodyguards to be, loitering out and about the front of the Summerall estate.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
That is
Yeah.
great. Signal will also throw money at that.
That's very interesting. I like that. Let's go to the services page and take a look. Let's see. Is this unskilled or skilled? I'm thinking it's definitely skilled labor.
Yep.
I'm going to say it's costly, and it's 1 gold per dude per day.
1 gold per dude per day. The monetary system is logarithmic, so I'll put
12,000 copper and run.
I'll put 2 platinum for 4 men for so many days.
And I'll
I get to do the math?
It's good times.
You're the math man.
5 days, right?
It's thereabouts.
2.5 days.
No.
Well, if he does the math.
1 gold per man per day for 2 minutes. 2 golds per day.
He wants.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
4 men.
10 days. 2 platinum is 10 days. Oh, 4 men, 5 days.
So 5 days, I figure, is enough time for
I will make it double that and make it 10 days.
All right.
All right, so we've got four hired mercenaries that'll protect that house from anyone except the prince coming in at night. Just you.
Roll Monty Python skit.
So you got four guards for 10 days. Nice.
And these are like the guys with the red suits and the big black plumes, right?
Sildren will throw in for 4 more guards on top of that for the first 5 days.
Wow.
So we're going to do 8 guards for 5 days and then 4 guards for the 5 days after.
What is going on at the Summerall's house? What are you doing?
No, seriously.
Just a bunch of guys there.
You guys, Jix would not approve of such spending.
8 guards. Hold on, Jix. I gotta make note of this.
Jix's memory.
Days, and then
It's more or less a funeral procession that's well armed. That's what it is.
wow. All right. Yeah, they are.
Coffin isn't that big, guys. They don't need that many people carrying it.
And then as soon as you leave,
It's the chest of gold sitting in the coffin that's really weighting it down.
Well, you're forgetting the size of the ego that has to be.
It's a heavy burden to carry around.
That's a whole other grave. Sorry.
as soon as you guys leave this little mercenary outfits location, I'm sure Iggy is like looking at his pouch and going, "Wait a minute. Why don't we have like 30 people?" And they're like, "Don't ask questions, Iggy. Just go. Just go." With a combat tracker can only hold so many dudes. I'd like to roll 1d6 mercenaries for my turn, please.
Cannon fodder, please.
All right.
Shield, just men dropping
yeah.
my feet.
What's next?
Head to the Nexus.
Yep.
Head home.
All right, you guys head to the board. Yes. So,
Yes.
Brenros.
This is still dangerous trekking through the city, so doing our best to keep to I want to say keep to the shadows, but with so many individuals just trying to remain as inconspicuous as possible moving through the crowds.
Okay.
So this will probably mean Brendan's more donning just basic clothes to keep his shininess.
Try to use the excitement of the people kind of as cover, I guess. Like
All right.
talk of the town.
Yes, I want some of that funnel cake and also crowd with it.
All right.
I'll take 2.
You guys make your way through the busy city streets, trying to avoid any authorities. You do see more than one patrol of Renarian Brotherhoods. That's the pair of well-dressed, well-armored religious warriors with their big hammers, but you are able to stay clear of them. You make your way to the boarding house where your nexus is up, hidden on top of the roof. And as you pass by the main window there, the guy who watches over the place calls out through his little window as you go in the hall. He calls out to Iggy and says, "Hey, your friends said to tell you they're here. They're at 303.
Very good. Thank you.
Yeah." And he looks at his counter and dusts it off a little bit.
I dropped 2 gold onto it.
Jeez! Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you. If there's anything else you need, man, I'm here.
Stop trying to get tipped.
He nods and takes it and shuts it, does a little zipping thing over his mouth and throws away the key. Yeah, he takes it.
So you clean the spot even more.
We're good tippers, but if you ask for it, I will follow Iggy's lead.
Yeah, did he mean
Is that 2 gold good for all of us or what?
Yeah.
did he mean Xander and
I don't think so, but we can go find out.
To
We'll head to
303.
303.
do we want to
Okay.
grab the other 2 first?
No.
All right. So be it.
Yeah.
It's just friends. What could possibly go wrong?
I'm not a big 2 trips
There's an
guy.
episode named for
I don't like going back and forth,
I carry 18 grocery bags
Yeah.
at once. That's how it works.
I go insect form and I have 8 arms and I carry everything up the stairs.
All right, you guys are heading up to, not to the roof, but to the third floor. Am I hearing that correctly?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right. You go to that door, Iggy, and knock upon it. And there is some shuffling on the other side of the door. And then you hear a muffled voice say, "Who's there?"
Igno?
"Do we know an Igno?" And then there's a unlocking and an unlocking, and the door creaks open, and you see an old man you've never seen before, standing in a darkened boarding room, and he opens it up more and says, come in. Oh, there's more. And ushers the four of you in.
Yep.
All right. You go inside and you see there is a kind of ramshackled with stuff thrown about, clothes and some packs and stuff scattered about, a cheap boarding room. And on the one and only bed in there, it is slightly blood soaked. And on that bed, propped up, is King Phaon.
Injured, I'm assuming?
He looks injured. His right leg looks badly mangled, and he sits up painfully. And
Sildren turns around, goes back downstairs, and basically posts guard.
Our healer's gonna go
Oh, well, shit, yeah.
downstairs.
You have Sir Brenros, you're fine. Yes.
Brenros can do some. I don't know the extent.
Okay.
How about Idrisil goes and posts guard?
Very well.
Sildren does
That
the
makes
work.
sense. I will stay. Eat
all
yourself.
right,
Yep, I'm downstairs now.
so heads down. The king sits up a little bit, pained, and says, "Men, you've made it."
We need to get you to a safer place. Can you travel? It's only a short way.
I can. You said this was the place to meet you at, and
Yes.
how much
we will-
further?
And,
not much.
Sildren will kind of like help King Phaon up. Is there any immediate healing that I can actually do to help him? Or?
Yeah, you can do some healing. It will definitely stop the blood flow and remove a lot of the pain.
All right. Then we will do a level 3 heal right off the bat.
I'm going to do a quick change. I'm actually going to go to the roof, not the Nexus. I'm going to go to the roof near where I guess the chimney is or something and post guard there.
Okay.
So we're going to heal Phaon for 39 points of damage.
All right.
Solid. Solid
we'll
heal.
Help him get up, and let's get to the Nexus.
You help. He throws his arm around her shoulder and limps out with some help. He says, "Wherever we're headed, we've got to be careful. They're absolutely looking for me. We almost lost everything to get me here."
Brenros will be guarding the hallway, the approaching hallway. So I'm assuming we're going up.
Yep, one more floor up to the roof.
So I'm
Yep.
guarding the staircase that is going down and just keeping an eye.
Okay.
Who are you? I say to the old man that we have not seen before.
He says, I'm Taplin. I helped the king get here."
Where is Reese?
The king shakes his head at Iggy.
I'm very sorry.
And you guys take him up to the roof. He
Yes.
looks around at you guys and says, I trust you, but I'm not quite sure what we're doing here.
This is gonna be weird until it's not.
Can someone else hold me than the dwarf?
Seeing them approach the roof, Idrisil will help. Will actually help hold Phaon up while one of them goes to do the door. But he'll say to Phaon, "This is the secret that I was going to tell you about. This is the reason we brought you here, of all places." And I'll wait for somebody to do something.
We don't know why you wear the
I
dress.
don't have
Eat
the
yourself.
key.
Igno will go and open the door.
Idrisil, when you say that, the king looks at you. You're very close. You say it a little quietly. There's wind blowing up here on like this 3.5-story building. You can hear sounds of celebration out in the distance. The king looks at you. He's wounded. He's exhausted. He's lost everyone. And you see this like vulnerable look in his eyes, like he's really trying to show strength, but it's like, dear God, I hope you can help me as much as you say you can.
Mhm.
It's a different look you've seen in his eyes.
I will acknowledge the look, and with a slight flicker of hunt prey in my eye, I just say to him, we will do everything in our power to return you to your throne. And I turn his head. Oh no! I turn and look at the glowing light that begins to form.
All right, you guys walk him across the top of the roof on those little iron steps and over to the edge of the drop, and just bringing him towards certain doom.
Trust me.
You're gonna need to turn around and fall backwards with your arms crossed.
That trust fall entryway, that is a big
It's a
mistake.
bitch. Someone has a key and inserts it. So I think all of you do. And
Yeah.
No, we'll do it.
Iggy's doing it though.
All right. Iggy, you insert the key into open space. The key disappears. A crackle, a tear in reality appears. The door forms. The king says, "Oh, what is this?" And then you open up the door, and within is this other chamber, the foyer to the Nexus. You step in. Each of you go in. You help the king inside. All of you go inside. Seal the door outside on that roof. The door just completely fades and disappears away, and no one knows it's there, and it is impossible for anyone to follow. And you are all safely with the king in the Nexus.
Picking up my trouser hosen, Xana. Where are we?
I'm just saying, if you go over here, there's an actual changing room. It's right there. I've been pointing this entire time. I still don't understand what you're saying.
But where we are? Where is this?
Okay, I understand that you're a little upset. I can hear it in your voice.
How come I'm seeing the ocean?
Yes, that's water. That's the ocean right there. That's an ocean. It's a view. It's what we have. There's also a lot of books over here. Don't eat them, please. There's over there. There's a kitchen area which you can go to. And if you go down and over, you can find a place to change.
But what did you do with my king? Where's Miss Mearscon? We are supposed to meet him here. But where?
I don't have any beer. We can probably find some.
I don't understand.
I don't understand.
And as you two are arguing like crazy, the door to the Nexus opens, and in comes your remaining heroes, and they have brought a guest with them, the King of Navarre, wounded and limping, and with a very surprised look on his face, and he says, "It's bigger on the inside."
Percy sees the king and races over and bows a knee and bends a knee and bows his head.
King Theon, it's good to see you.
Rise, Percy, rise. And he puts a big hand on your shoulder. It's good to see you as well.
I don't know where we are, but I guess we are safe here, no?
I have a possible idea. You fellows are more than meets the eye, it seems. You claim that this is the Nexus? I think I've heard of that a long, long time ago.
Yes, this is the Nexus.
The what?
The Xander said this is the Nexus.
I'm so glad you're here,
Don't
King.
understand.
Welcome. I don't understand what this guy says at all, but you are welcome to our place. Are you okay?
It's been a challenging challenging few days. Is there a place I can sit down?
Oh, there's several. There is a comfortable chair right here. Over here, there's an ottoman on this side. There's
Silver goes and grabs him a chair and
Okay.
like brings it over to
Did
an appropriate spot.
Did Taplin not come with us?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true. The old guy, he came with you
I
too. Yeah,
just want to make sure.
that's a good point.
And we'll find a spot for Taplin, is it?
Extra rooms downstairs.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, Taplin is his name, and Taplin says to the king, what is this place then? And the king responds, I remember some old magical location by a wizard named Antoria or something like that. It claimed to be called a nexus or something like that. And here you have found it.
Yes, it was left to us. It was kind of left to us. You had to know certain magics to get in, which I do, and we were able to get in. We have the key, and it's ours now.
Well, I spoke with Lady Talmaldrin, and she is, let's say, very receptive to my return. She...
Idrisil just gives him a quick nudge.
Just nodding. Yeah, but I'll DM you later.
You give the bro.
Yeah.
Eskimo brothers.
Making our way into the city, though, Drock was killed. He looks at Piercy. That's the half-orc that you have ridden with for a long time.
Percy takes his hat off, puts it over his heart, and looks sad.
And Reese was beaten and taken away by the Brotherhood. He was not in good shape, and I would imagine dead before this day is done. We have paid a price, and what I see before me, he looks across the room at Idrisil, at Iggy, at Piercy, at Sildren, at Sir Brenros, at Xander, and at an old random guy, and says, before me are the last of the wolves. We were 40 or 50 men strong scattered throughout Navarre, and now it is just us.
I think you may find, good king, that many of the people down below that you can't see at this moment, gathered in the streets, many of them will have the hearts of the wolves that you seek when you take your place.
I believe that is the case. I believe the people need my return. I have heard, as from Lady Talmaldrin, some challenging and dark stories that the Brotherhood has dealt out to some of the towns outside the city. We cannot wait much any longer.
Someone, you, Idrisil, had mentioned my talking to a senator.
That's right. Phaon, we returned here with a meeting with Yandamore. And though we also lost Devar, sadly, we'll take a quick pause at that. We do know now that it is up to both political action and a bit of finesse on our parts to handle the situation. Bremro speaks truly. Senator Grier has heard of Brenros's deeds within the city walls. And he has gathered some senators to his cause. So we feel that, along with some guidance from Xander and yourself, we can form some kind of plan to proceed with the senators and gain them your favor.
Throughout all of this, I know there has been danger and blood, but when this is done, we owe Lord Yendamore much, very much. My simple request is for you to get me before this Senate somehow, so I can retake my throne. Yendamore knows the political scene far more than I. and we will need his guidance. But get me before this Senate, and I will retake that throne. Failing that, get me before Senator Kethad, so I may take him down before they take me.
Perhaps Sir Brenrose's meeting with the good Senator Grier could pave the way to get you onto the Senate floor.
Unless it is treachery. In which case, I go willingly. We should assemble this emissary meeting as soon as possible. Give the king time to rest.
What was the stranger's name? Taldrin?
Taplin.
Taplin. Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, you still have like Piercy just shivering in horror at what he's witnessing in this structure, just hiding in the corner.
Sanity check after sanity check. Just...
How is this possible?
Just kind of say to Taplin, how did you come to meet Phaon?
I've known the king for many years and was shocked to find him the other day involved in a brutal squabble at the gate. And I snuck him away and could not believe it was my king. But I could not save any of his brave knights and was able to squirrel away him here. He demanded it be here, in particular on this third floor. So I'm grateful to see you, and I am at your service, my king. Although I do need to let my wife know I'll be gone for a bit.
Where's your wife at?
I don't see that's any business of yours, dwarf.
Well, we could let her know for you.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be.
I think you should stay here, out of sight.
Yep.
All right, here. And he hands Iggy from the writing desk here in the Nexus a piece of parchment and an ink quill. Take down this note.
Sildren will go ahead and be like,
Yes.
I can help with this.
Just looking at it like,
And he rattles off a note. My darling wife, I am in service to King Phaon, and I will protect. And Sildren's just like cliff noting it, like, I'm going to be busy with the boys tonight.
Yeah, there's no mention of the king.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he's going on and on.
Yeah.
And I will give my life for the king in every way.
no, so
And
it's just like,
And if you need me, we are at the boarding house on the top of the roof.
TTYL, XO.
You have all that?
Oh yes, it is verbatim.
Is that an
as
emoji
stated.
you put on there?
Very well. I will keep an eye on my king then.
And we have the banner of the wolf. Yes.
Yes, Idrisil will finally pull that out of his bag of holding and kind of unfurl it.
Hang it up on the wall.
Yeah, I'll just sort of wave it around, do a little ribbon presentation.
Put it on a stick and jab the stick in the king's back so it just hangs there behind him.
Oh, remember that 39 points of healing? Yeah, I'll just present that to the king and I'll ask, this banner, until we're ready, must be secure. It could be in nowhere safer than the Nexus.
I have an idea of how that might be well employed. Question for you, Tom. Is there on top of the Senate building or something, is there a flag of like Mearscon, something like that up there?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Plans unfolding.
I think when the time comes, the banner of the wolf should ride over the Senate.
The
king
what?
smiles at that.
Yeah.
Banner of the what?
Wolf.
Woof.
Wolf. Wolf.
Did Pierce say that?
Understand what anybody's saying.
Pierce is like, the wolf!
Oh,
Double.
Wolf.
so how do we get this meeting underway?
Yeah.
You need to connect with Lord Yandamar.
Are you feeling all right?
A little frog caught in my throat there.
Okay. The only way Sir Brenros knows how to get there is just to get there, so he makes ready at the door, ready to leave.
Xander says, "I got this," and a giant spider with flying legs goes carrying you.
Episode name, Subtlety.
All right.
King, will you be all right here without us?
I can't.
We can show you a bedroom that you can make yourself comfortable in and make your own.
If this truly is the Nexus, I can't think of a better place in all of Mearscon to be.
There's food in the kitchen. Everything you could ask for except for some ale, which we'll bring back for you.
Well, when you can, bring Lord Endemore here. I'm eager to see him. It's been a very long time.
We will.
Okay. Brenrose, you were heading by yourself to Lord Endemore's? Or all of you were going?
I'm sure. Ignal's going.
Xander's going to go. It sounded like you wanted Xander involved. Is that right? Needed my silver tongue?
Actually, that's actually a good point. It's just picking your brain for a bit for getting your courage.
Xander's like out the door. No.
For talking. But yes, I would love for you to come along.
Okay.
See how this goes.
So Iggy, Sir Brenrose, and Xander head out for Lord Endemore's.
And Sildren is going as well, but kind of following low key, like not part of the group.
Okay.
Just kind of keeping an eye on the group, looking out for Renarian brothers, looking out for guards, looking out for yellow cloaks, looking out for basically the whole city who's basically hunting for us is who I'm looking for.
Okay. Yeah. Piercy and Yggdrasil, you guys staying here?
Piercy will stay with the king.
All right.
Yeah, I think Yggdrasil will too for now. I can't really think of an action to take.
Okay. The 3+1 of you head out. You leave the Nexus, you head down the boarding house and make your way toward Lord Endemore's Elderbrook estate. Along the way, Sildren makes a perception roll.
25.
With a 25, Sildren, you see in this crowded street with people going by, you guys are being stealthy and disappearing within this very busy crowd. Some wagons try and make their way through the crowd. You see a pair of brothers, the Brotherhood, walking off in the distance. As your three friends are up ahead and you're just keeping your line of sight and some distance behind them, you do see right next to you, Sildren, you almost stumble into a sketchy looking guy in a thick yellow hooded cloak who kind of turns and looks down the street at in the direction of Iggy and his friends and is kind of cocking his head.
Shit. All right.
Oh no! It's exactly what I was looking for.
Yes.
I could have anticipated it.
It's just a matter of how to react to that, really. So he has not spotted me yet. Yeah.
No, and you're like 1 to 3 inches behind him right now.
Okay. I'm gonna stay there for a moment and see what he does. The dagger in hand, like comes up, prepared to undo him, as it were.
All right. He again starts cocking his head, loses sight of Iggy, and then starts pushing his way past a couple and is trying to make his way against.
Before he's able to do that, is there like an alley, something close by?
There is no alley. There is a covered wagon with that is being that's parked off to the side of the street. He's in the middle of this busy street right here.
Okay, I'm gonna follow him then, and not yet alert him to my presence.
All right. He starts walking down the street and tries to push his way past people and is picking up his pace and is trying to look. And he seems to be losing all sight of the smaller Iggy, but is able to follow the taller human Brenros, who does not look like a knight, correct? You tried to downplay it a bit?
Correct. He's wearing intentionally the hooded bubble.
All right.
So actually, what I'm doing is he keeps hearing things off to like one side, like something will catch his eye just on his peripheral vision and keep distracting him as I am following him, like casting prestidigitation to take
what does he hear?
It will be like Iggy's voice, like over to his left. It'll be like Sir Brenros, like, you know, distinctive armor clanking behind him, like, well, not behind him, but like, you know, off the other way. Things like that will start distracting him and trying to take his attention away, especially when they're like getting ready to round a corner or something, trying to prevent him from tracking them.
Cool. You start creating these little sounds, which mix in well with the chaos of other people in this very busy street. There's a bend in the road. You can barely see Sir Brenros yourself. The guy starts to get distracted. He turns around and you kind of rotate in the opposite direction behind him. And he gets distracted and goes off down a different road. And you have completely sent him off on a different path.
Good job.
Very good.
Yeah, there's like several demons of capability. The 3 plus 1 of you arrive at Lord Iendamore's Elderbrook Estate. He is there. He welcomes you in, and he greets particularly Sir Brenros. Oh, it's so good to see you, Sir Brenros. They had told you about the plan.
They have, and my part in it is to be explained further by you and arranged by you, as I understand it.
Let's speak as we make our way there. We need to get this going underway. I feel time is of the essence. Come, and why don't you take this and this, and he starts handing you some very fine clothes, very expensive clothes, and says, there's a changing room on the west side of my estate here. You would be well to leave your armor behind and dress in these fine clothes befitting your station. I would recommend your shield and sword for certain.
Then that will be it. Shield and sword will remain. The armor will come away for fancy, very expensive clothing.
All right, you were dressed in a sweet robe with sweet, not robe, but a sweet coat with a great vest with undershirts underneath, nice pants. He even has, as you're getting this done with incredible speed, this is Chumley's wheelhouse, and he is able to do some quick tailoring and get it looking nice and trim. You're looking fantastic. And he snaps, says, Chumley, let him go. We got to get going. And you guys head out the door. Chumley's still doing a few last threads as you head out, and you guys are making your way through the city, through the crowds, and not doing it via footwork, but via carriage, as Lord Iendamore does not go to these kind of meetings on foot. So he has a carriage already ready, and what's the one, you two plus Xander and Sildren and Iggy? Yeah, there's room for 2 inside the carriage and 1 on top with the driver. You guys
I imagine the carriage is traveling at a normal foot pace through.
Yes.
Then Sildren will continue to follow behind the carriage like he had previously. Also, you were followed by a yellow cloak, and I was able to distract him off of your path. So be wary.
Well done. Well done.
That's
This whole city is
concerning.
going to be very dangerous. Every footfall is possible to give us away.
The
You
carriage,
sound so different in those clothes. You look so different and regal.
I'm inspired.
It's fantastic.
You do look very handsome, Sir Brenros.
Kindle
I'm
it better.
jealous.
You know what? You need one little thing. And Xander will take off his diplomat's badge and put the diplomat's
Ooh.
badge on Sir Brenros.
All right.
And what's this
I'll
for?
make that real quick. Well, it's for looking good, and also it helps you kind of recall some knowledge and be smart with things. Here.
Thank you.
Lord Endemore says, well, this ride will take exactly 10 minutes to get to where we're going. So that'll work out nicely with the attunement of the magical item. The carriage snaps to and starts making its way slowly through the crowd. And Lord Endemore says, what did they tell you about this meeting? You will be meeting with Senator Grier.
As my understanding is, I would be speaking with the senator to possibly, further sway his vote or intent.
Yes, he is our greatest ally within the Senate. He has several other senators with him, quite a few by my understanding, and he is excited to meet, as he said it, the knight who took down the annoying priest of the Church of Solene. So he wishes to meet with you. I let him know that I had connections with said knight, and he knows that I am a strong proponent of the king. And I hope this does not throw off any of your diplomatic plans, but I let him know that you were a very strong ally of our king as well.
Understand that I also expect this not to go well. If there is danger to my friends, then I want to make sure that they are out of harm's way.
Well, I'm sure they will be fine. They will have to remain outside the main Senate building, and you will come into the Senate floor itself.
I mean, it's fine. It's fine. We'll stay low. Maybe we'll just stay in the carriage if that's fine. It's comfy.
And I'm imagining Xander saying that, and he chose to ride shotgun on top, and his head just appears down through the window every so often.
I didn't mean to butt in, but I was just kind of listening to things you were saying, and I have ideas.
The carriage rides through town into the Lycilian district, which is a huge governmental section with different offices and civic structures. They tend to be much older in style, and in particular, there are two major buildings here. One is a small castle, and the other is the large Senate building itself, which is a half circle with old archaic architecture and carvings drawn into 1,000,000 columns that line this half circle. There's not a lot of crowd around here. There are a ton of armed Navaran soldiers in their black and silver uniforms. Lord Endemore points out to the castle and says, that is the Castle of the Storm. And if we do well, it will be occupied by someone other than Senator Cathod very soon, I hope.
We all hope for such days.
The carriage comes to a stop, and you are outside huge, long, wide steps that go up to the Senate itself, the Senate House. It is more than a little imposing, and Endemore says to Iggy, Xander, and Sildren, you will have to remain here. Have the driver bring the carriage around the west door, and when we leave, we will meet you there.
Very well.
He straightens his coat and says, if you're ready, Sir Brenros.
Good luck, Sir Brenros. Use the badge.
Thank you, Xander.
Good luck, friend.
You all
And-
take care of yourselves as well.
All right. You head out with Lord Endemore. You walk up the steps towards some guards. He nods and speaks to them briefly. They let him enter, and huge, giant iron doors slowly open up with several attendants and pages just within sight and more guards. You see there is also a spell caster, a fellow in a robe that you recognize from some house or other, who casts a spell at you as you enter, and the same at Lord Endemore, checking you for something or other. He makes note of your shield and takes a look at your sword, but then nods. I guess he's the magic equivalent of a metal detector at the town hall.
He's TSA for while he's doing that, do I acknowledge him as casting these spells to do such things?
Yes.
I make sure to.
I mean, he's asking you to hold up your arms. And,
I know. You're holding your shoes and your belt in your hands.
I put my laptop away. I knowing what he's doing, I unfurl part of the cloak to show the long sword at my side.
Okay.
Ironically, in this particular case, with the peace string attached, even though it's not part of the culture, it's still adorning the weapon.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right. You follow him through this huge, like 20-foot tall, marbled hallways with other big doors. I'm thinking even slightly more archaic and old-looking U.S. Senate Capitol type halls. Very proper, very authoritative, old, and lots of business milling about. And you're heading down this long corridor, and you can hear some distant arguing, and no, and that will not be, and we will not stand for that. And you get closer and closer, and this corridor opens into a large Senate room, which is essentially a large circle with a ring where there are several desks and pages in attendance, and then there is one slightly lower circle ring, and then in the middle of this is a raised speaking area where there is a man there who is very upset and very frustrated, and he is yelling, "The price does not matter. What matters is solidarity between us and keeping the people happy." And someone else says, "Well, I'm asking a question." And he continues to get mad, but there's a lot of activity on the outsides. There are people chatting, having lots of side conversations. You see a bunch of pages swapping scrolls, and Lord Endemore does a little finger motion and walks you over towards the other side. He nods to a bunch of other senators. The place is packed. There's still more argument going on in the main debate center in the middle. Big chandeliers are overhead, and he walks you over to a senator who nods, and Lord, yes,
I may interrupt.
Sure.
As we're passing over, and he's essentially pointed himself out more or less, are there any views cast to my direction, and what seems to be the emotion, or are they tensing up, or are they a little bit more relaxed? That kind of
Ooh, make a perception roll, and I will give you info.
Ooh, good
It's
roll.
a 26.
With a 26, you see that you've gotten a couple looks for some people, but no one seems to particularly care. They've got their own business to attend to, and the speakers in the middle are not dealing with you, and the 30 or 40 people in attendance on the outside ring, they're not paying much attention to you at all. They're passing by. Some accidentally hit your shoulder and apologizes. They don't seem to mind this guy with a sword and shield walking through their ranks.
All right.
Interesting question. You approach, and Lord Endemore says, "Senator Grier, I bring you Sir Brenros Aldermain of the Order of the Vigilant."
Brenros steps forward and gives a slight bow as permitted with the tight space, Senator.
And the tight suit that he's wearing.
Yeah, it's a tight suit.
the Senator Grier. He is a short bearded fellow. He is an older guy, but probably one of the youngest senators. And he looks at you with kind of some deep sunk eyes and says, "Oh, this has been a one heck of a day, but it's good to meet you. Here, let's have a quick private chat, Sir Brenros." And he pulls you into a side alcove where Lord Iendamore keeps a watch outside. He ushers several attendants to leave, and it's a small, like 10 by 10 curved little alcove. People can still see you as you walk by, but you think you've got enough privacy here. Sir Brenros, I hear you've been a bit of a thorn in the side of the high priest of the city.
An unfortunate altercation.
How so?
Priest wished me to side with part of the Senate that I couldn't very well take part in. He grew upset over my response. And I'm sure you know all of that story that happened afterwards.
You've got a bit of a reputation from the church, it seems, and your order has got a bit of a reputation within these halls. I have spoken to Lord Iendamore several times. He has spoken of a, shall we say, unique allegiance that you have that may not be shared with many within this very chamber. Perhaps you can elaborate on that?
Brenros looks around the room to determine their being alone.
Privacy.
Yeah,
Privacy.
you've got 3 walls in this, or one curved wall, and then the opening leads out into this main deck of this chamber, and Lord Iendamore has his back to you, and he's just escorting any attendant that's trying to bother Grier to somewhere else. So you think only Iendamore can really hear any bit of the conversation. And it's still loud outside there. You hear the main speaker outside, taxes, that's all you talk about! So you think there's some relative safety in your conversation.
Senator Grier, I think you know where my stance is. I had sent you a message earlier over such a thing. I trust you received it well.
That was you.
And you did receive it.
I certainly did.
Then you know that the wolf is coming.
That is what I have been so excited to hear and so dreading to deal with.
Then why do you delay? There is much to be done and not enough time to do it in.
I agree with both of your statements. The problem is that we may have reached a point of no return. I stuck my neck out myself and called to order the name of the king, his possible return, and have made myself quite an enemy in Senator Kethed, who is quite powerful within the kingdom. He's almost a ruler to himself. And now I find myself at a bit of a disadvantage. I am not alone in my feelings, but I and the people who are with me in the return of the king, we are not excited about setting forth another new proclamation, setting forth another new law, and putting our necks out on the line again.
And what kind of encouragement do you need to move forward?
There's many obstacles I'm not quite sure you're aware of. There are wizards from House Romar that need to somehow be brought into this conversation and be not just to support the Senate, but to support the law of the return of the king. The Kethed has their incredible power behind him. with that said, he has had a near endless source of money that has recently dried up, that has been putting him in quite a bind. I do not know the reason behind this, but he is desperate to maintain control and supposedly has been reaching out to new allies. So that is one way we have him on the back heel. But those wizards are a powerful defender of the rulers of Navarre, and those are currently the Senate.
You are a master of law, are you not?
I think I know my fair share.
The House Relmar, as you say, holds to the law. You would be able to have knowledge of the law. To facilitate such a thing as to have the wolf in your presence would probably require them to serve as some sort of mediation, I would imagine.
Unfortunately, if he tries to make his way in, by law, they must incarcerate and hand him over to Kethad. He is known as a traitor, a liar, a dealer in magics trying to impersonate a long-dead king. We need a law in place first, and that is where the problem is, because you need me to make that law, or you need some farmer out on Long Pier to make that law, but they are not going to do it, and I tried the slightest bit and got my ass handed back to me by the senator. He's now threatened me with possibly being a traitor and siccing House Relmar on me if I continue in these ways.
Then you need more hands. Have you spoken with Lady Tumaldrin, steward for the city?
You know of Lady Talmadrin?
I know of her. We have spoken on this level.
You have? And where does she lie?
She too will support. If you need more hands to carry this along.
She carries what is known as the King's Vote, which is now just a name of a vote and nothing true behind it, and it carries a lot of weight. If she can be brought to our side, she would help tremendously in ensuring we have the majority. But again, the initial claim, the initial law that would even begin to allow the sorcerers to get that vote to be made, to get that king, to get our king here, that is where the stopping point is. There are soldiers, there are guards, and I can work my ways to limit their reaction. But it's that initial law. I cannot myself or the senators I am with put our lives out there and hope that things work out. We would be beheaded before the night was done.
Brenrose thinks for a moment and says you need someone to bring forth the law. There's some sort of starting point for this.
We need a way to get the law in place. We need to ensure that House Relmar follows their oath to the leaders of Navarre and not to the Senate. We need to make sure that the people are also brought along with us. And that is a challenge. I can see an easy way that's somehow affecting them through the Church of Solene, the largest faith in the city, and somehow reaching to the people and calling out through the church. but I don't know how to begin that process. My end, what I can commit is I can commit the most important part, and that is a huge amount of senators to vote in the return of the king. And if you can make sure that Lady Talmodrin joins us, we can bring that final death blow to the control of Senator Kethad. But you have to somehow, you and that man, he points to Lord Endemore outside, must find some way to start this process going. And that I have no idea how to begin.
And the people can do that. Well, let's see what the call of the wolf can bring.
Lord Endemore says, Senator Sir Brenros, there's someone here who would definitely like to meet you. And you see off in the distance, Senator Kethad is the man who has stepped down from that speaking area. He shakes some hands with some folks who are congratulating him on this good speech, shakes some more hands. Then he shakes the hands of the only other guy with a sword on him, and that is Sir Kendall of the Order of the Vigilant, who shakes his hand very vigorously and happily. And Sir Kendall is looking over and sees you and gives you that finger motion to you, Sir Brenros. He puts his...
Which finger?
He puts his arm around Sir Kethad way too friendly, and then whispers something in his ear, and they both kind of lean back and laugh. Sir Kethad then starts shaking hands with some other people, and Senator Kethad does, and then Sir Kendall, the knight, makes his way past all these old senators and comes walking up to your little alcove with you and Senator Grier, and comes right up to you guys. Senator Grier says, Sir Kendall, please come here. I'm sure you know Sir Brenros Aldermain.
That I do. Sir Brenros, it is a pleasure to see you again as always.
How is Sir Kendall dressed?
He's dressed similarly to you, but slightly nicer clothes, as always. And but yeah, he's got his sword, his official sword. He's got like some sewn Order of the Vigilant decorative embroidery on. The senator gets pulled away by a page and motions that he'll be back when you're done chatting with your fellow knight.
Sir Kendall, always a pleasure to see you.
Likewise, who would have expected that another Order of the Vigilance, a Knight of Calavier, would be here in the Senate of Mearscon? It is always a surprise to see you alive.
That is a wonderful thing to hear, and thank you for saying it. Though I have to admit, I am a bit surprised to see you in such established company.
You shouldn't. I feel like you shouldn't be. I am here on exceptionally official business. I am working closely, as you may have noticed, with Senator Kethad. He is looking for some further allies, and certainly knows where to come. I here hold the sway of the Queen's voice, and I am looking for some additional strength. In fact, Sir Kendall reaches in and kind of pulls you a little bit closer to the wall. I have a proposition for you, Sir Brenros. I believe you and I can finally start working together and see eye to eye. I've been brought in here not only as a representative of the Queen, but also to add certain credibility, a certain stature to the Senate and to Senator Kethad. And I believe that if you serve under me as two orders of the Vigilant, we will keep the stronghold and we will show the impressive feat of Calavier's strength here in Mearscon. What say you?
Well, Sir Kendall, and Brenros strolls away a little bit and steps to a table to obtain a glass of water.
Okay.
And begins to sip a little bit from it. I'm always honored to have a knight of the vigilant stand by my side and to take on any of the challenges. It does bring my heart a little bit of sadness to see the Queen's voice misused in such a way. I cannot agree to stand at your side at this time. But with all loyalty and respect, Sir Kendall, you look quite dashing.
Well, Sir Brenrose, thank you for your eloquent words. And if you don't mind me speaking frankly, you're a smart man. You should start using your head for once. Pledge your support to the Senate with me. We can stomp out this rebellion together. We could get it done in a fortnight. Don't make me look bad in front of Senator Grier or any of the others here. Hello. This is for your own good.
As always, a pleasure to see you, Sir Kendall. And I do hope your journey back is equally comfortable.
Good day.
All right, with a biting, bitter smile, Sir Kendall walks away. Let's do a hero point for Jeremy, please. And
Woo! Well played.
Senator Grier comes back to you.
Quick pause.
Yes.
Quick pause. I love you, Jeremy. that's just good, wholesome.
Shake it off. Shake it off.
Shake it off. Moving on.
Ah!
Next
I
scene.
feel a disturbance in the force.
All right, clear. Go.
All right. Senator Grier returns and says, there's been some changes in the town guard, if you haven't picked it up already. He pulls you back into the alcove, Senator Grier. They've brought in the Brotherhood in full force, who now patrol certain parts of the town, certain districts, and they have taken quite a few people, I've heard, from the Long Pier district to quote-unquote clean it up. Many have been in prison for an undetermined amount of time. So that is another challenge we will have to be wary of.
All right.
I will let my attendant here know, and he points to a young man, that if you have any message delivered via messenger or yourself, to immediately come get me. I here, or I will come from my private residence to meet you at a moment's notice. There is...
Before we depart,
Yes.
you're going to have eyes on the Senate with the usage of Sir Kendall nodding in the direction of Sir Kendall. He's expecting quite a bit more in the way of support from elsewhere. Please let me know if you see something vigilant arriving. I would be very curious.
What a clever play on
What a
words.
clever play! Never see it coming.
I know you are a man of honor, and I hope by the cut of that badge that you wear that you have a diplomatic spirit about you as well. We must make concessions at times to get what we need, and you can see there is a man you've never seen before off in the distance, kind of doing a head nod towards Senator Grier. I think this man here might be an ally, as we need as many as we can get. He motions for the man to come over. You see the fellow, he's an older fellow, dressed very nicely. He comes walking over. He's got a really messed up, mangled, twisted left arm, and he comes over, as some more senators are kind of taking a break, some other speakers going up in the middle section to speak about something else, this man comes over and Grier says, right before he shows up to you, Brenros, listen to this gentleman and see if perhaps he could be of service to us. Hello, it's good to see you again. Please come here. And the man walks up and extends a hand and says, good afternoon. I am Color. Perhaps you have heard of me.
I don't think that I have.
Yes, you have. Oh,
The badge sparkles.
I am an entrepreneur within the city, a man of some capabilities. I hear that you have connections and a possibility to make some changes here in the city.
It's possible. We'll need every hand to assist.
I could be such a hand, he says, looking at his good hand.
Sorry, poor choice of words.
I see a great deal of chaos if a period of change were to occur soon. I could see certain groups trying to take advantage of that chaos. Myself and my business, we could arrange to keep the organization known as House Vass completely out of your hair while this change occurs. I have
Definitely have my attention.
It will not be easy, but it can be guaranteed. We have been at each other for some time, and I see that they would take this opportunity to expand their wicked reach where it should not be. And if change is true to happen, I would certainly not want that, and I would imagine neither would you. So I feel a favor to you, a kingly favor, would be to offer to shut down House Vass during this period of change in exchange for a favor in return.
I am very curious as to who you represent, and what would this favor be?
I represent no one. I am the man. I am Color. Culler. Color. In return for one favor for the other, I feel if such a change were to happen, then perhaps the District of Long Pier and all the docks might be in need of an official warden to organize such a place. And I feel that I would then be the man to be put in charge of Long Pier and be left alone to handle any business there. Does that seem like a fair trade, Sir Brenros Aldermain?
It is certainly beyond me to establish any such dealings that would require authority. I could not grant such a thing. I could merely pass a request on.
I would take on honor from whom you represent that this deal could be binding. Let Senator Grier know his answer, and I will take your word that it is true.
For the restraint of House Vass. Considering that they have been a thorn in the side, what you're asking does not seem beyond reason.
That is good to hear.
But know that if I said anything, it could be easily countermanded. I would not be able to grant you such authorities.
There's one who can, who you know. If
Then I
he
can pass
agrees,
the word along.
and if he agrees, I will take your word that it is a binding agreement.
Then I will do so. I will pass that along.
He shakes your hand awkwardly because it doesn't quite line up, and but he gives you a shake and nods to you and to Grier and makes his way off and disappears into the crowd of senators and pages.
Can I catch him before he disappears?
Yeah, he's not fast. Go ahead.
A moment before you depart, you said you could arrest the efforts of House Vass, but
Yes.
you did not say how.
A man of your caliber would truly not want to know how that would be done.
I think I understand. And I let him go his way.
All right. Senator Grier says, well, you know how to reach me. I will think as much as I can, and how can I reach you?
The best way would be through the Order's house.
I will send a message there.
Then I will take my leave.
All right. You take your lead. Lord Iendamore goes with you. The two of you are walking and walking through this big crowd. Lord Iendamore says, so how did it go? What do you think?
I think, Lord Yendamore, I've made more enemies than friends in my time here. There are possibilities and options. I am no firm diplomat. I do not hold my life to politics such as this.
And boom, you stumble into a crowd and run into Senator Cathod as he is talking to other people. He turns around with a startled look and sees you and extends a hand. You look into his beaky nose and pointed face, and he extends his hand and says, oh, a member of the Order of the Vigilance. Another one. It's good to see you. What did you think of my speech, Sir Knight?
I found you to be very well worded. Forgive me, I am new to this place and its dealings.
Well, it is customary to shake a hand.
Customary. And Brenros will hold out his hand.
All right, he shakes it weakly. I trust that we will have your support along with Sir Kendall. He's a good man, wouldn't you say?
Sir Kendall is a very good man. And you can count on my sincere considerations.
Very good, very good. We will be seeing you. And he starts chatting with other people, and Lord Iendamore pulls you the hell out of there.
Well deflected.
Down the corridor. He doesn't speak with you at all, quickly whisks you past the metal detecting wizard, down a side corridor, out the west door, and into a carriage where your friends await, and you get inside.
And Lord Yendamar, I don't... we're alone here with him, right?
You are in the carriage. The carriage is moving along, and then are you getting inside still, or are you still walking outside?
Well, as we're gathering together and we're alone, I will say to Lord Yendamar, Lord Yendamar, the king also wished to see you. We can take you to him.
That would be excellent. But I thought that was one of our big challenges, was how to get the king in the city. I don't think me leaving the city now is a good idea.
It is within the city walls. Let us go.
The king is here. The king is here.
He is here. And he wishes to speak with you directly. We will take you to him now.
Excellent. And the carriage takes off.
Only you. I will drive the carriage. So we're gonna.
This is like the mob coronation, and he gets shot as he goes through the door.
Yeah.
What the hell?
So
leave the crossbow. Take the rations.
So Lord Yendamar, send your driver home, and we'll take you.
Okay. So you're taking
him?
Ooh, actually, do we really want to take the carriage there?
No.
No. Okay, never mind.
No.
So let's go back to your place, and then we'll go on foot from there.
All right. You get dropped off. The carriage drops you guys off. The carriage makes its way out. Lord Endemore switches to a more plain but expensive traveling cloak. Sir Brenrose swaps out clothes and back into his armor, and then a big coat on top of that.
Still keeps the nice cloak if he's able to.
You can keep all of those nice clothes.
All of those.
Ignal would like to ask if he has an extra cloak, too. Just he sees Brenros, but looking all nice. But he also, after hearing that they were tailed by a yellow cloak, thinks maybe going a little more incognito might be of some help.
He does not at this time, but says, Chumley, get to work right away. We need something sewn within the day. I'll have that ready for you soon, Ignal.
Okay.
And you guys walk back to the boarding house. You go up the stairs where there are two other players excited to join the game again, and you go up onto the roof, and Lord Endemore says, I'm very confused. The wind is very strong here.
Just a little bit further.
Oh, God! Oh, God, no! No, you're working for him! I'm so sorry. Please, pray, Senator Kevin!
Said we'd kill you last.
On this blindfold.
Oh, God. He wants to go in the middle, and as the group heads across the iron steps to the edge of a 3-story building, and you open up this crazy magic door.
Senator Kefed gives his regards.
There is no king. Oh, that'd be a dark turn.
Oh, God, yeah. This magical door opens up. He says, "But by the gods, what is this?" And he sees you guys step in and disappear. And he steps in as well. And says,
it's heavy bringer.
What kind of kitchen has no cheese?
Bringer. Sildren. Say it back to me.
I just want the cheese.
I just want the cheese.
Yes. Where is it?
I would like to buy a hamburger.
Where are the bathrooms?
You guys all meet on the upper floor of the Nexus, which has the writing area, the alchemist workshop. Oh, projects. The conservatory long stretch, the view, all that stuff, and the king is here as well. And Lord Endemore sees him and immediately says, "My king!" and quickly runs over and kneels down next to him. And King Phaon sits up and stands up very painfully still and says, rise, Lord Endemore. I owe you a great debt for what you have done. We could not have come anywhere near this far. I have been told through many of the wolves and your correspondence that you have been working behind the scenes with the Senate, as well as getting word out to the people here in the city about my return. And I am grateful beyond words. And Lord Endemore rises. There's almost a tear in his eyes. And the king again puts his hand on his shoulder. And the king turns to you, Brenrose, and says, so what of your meeting?
The meeting had many elements to it, my king. Some offerings and foretellings. More concerning of which is the events concerning Senator Kethed and funds that he is receiving, distracting these people and having a considerable supply. But more, I worry that I've also heard the name of my order being mentioned so prominently in relation. There is are reaching out for allies for this Senator Kefhead. And one of them has to do with the Order of the Vigilant. I'm not sure if that's where the monies are coming from either. But that is a general concern. There is more. There are requests for certain favors. While the transition were to take place, this possible restraining of House Vass.
Senator Grier said he could restrain House Vass.
No, this was another individual. It was by the name of Color. Brought up.
I've heard that name before.
It was a shock to me to hear of such a name. Senator Grier, as was told, said he could and would put his support to the effort of changing over the Senate. But he said starting such an endeavor was entirely out of his hands. Needed creating the law to make such a thing happen. I am not a politician, so I do not know all the ins and outs.
I think it's very possible to create a law.
Yes, isn't that...
With the festival going on, all we would have to do is win an event. Several events, even.
Yandamore, what can you tell us about the specifics of the festival?
Oh, I can tell you that I know for certain Senator Kethad will be there. He has spent a fortune for this festival. But, dear Mr. Heavybringer, that is traditionally not the use of this competition. The Commoner's Law is things that, traditionally help the people and get them excited.
Would bringing the king back to power not help the people?
Or get them excited?
He has a keen mind.
And also, to hell with tradition. Where's tradition gotten this city?
I could see that being completely ignored by the senator. I could also see it being quite useful in not then requiring any Senator Grier or his people having to stick their necks out at the same time. It could possibly work.
Brenro stands more proudly next to Igna.
If we were to place a law in action, it would then be up to yourself, Lady Talmaldrin, and those who rally for our cause. For we are not placed inside of the Senate walls.
Though a law would have to be proposed. The last time we had the Fall Sun celebration, there was a silly law thrown out, and King Phaon, if you recall, you turned it right down. And the king says, yes. Something to do with chickens, if I remember correctly. And Lord Yendamore says, yes, that was right. Something with chickens. I fear that Senator Kethad could strike such a thing down the moment it is brought up as soon as the competition were won. Unless some amazing display was put on that would put him in a corner in front of the people.
Well, one thing you didn't have last time was us.
King Phaon says, and I will warn you, Lord Yendamore, do not underestimate these people. They keep pulling off the impossible.
No, please do. We like it when we're underestimated. It's sort of our thing.
If you want a really great display that paints him in a corner, we can give an amazing display that paints him in a corner.
I think he means metaphorically, Xander.
No, I can paint. I can do all sorts of golds, reds. You won't even know.
Well, let's see. Blah, 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 blah. Lord Endemore says, the competition, there's a whole lot of party celebrations tomorrow. The competitions begin in 2 days out on Long Pier. That is certainly an option, but I don't know how well any of you are good with a staff or a horse. Oh, a bow. He points at Sildren's bow.
Is it a jousting competition as well as archery?
I recalled it being the king steps in. No, it is horsemanship through a course looking for speed and agility of the mount. Then it is a knockdown competition classically done upon a tall log where strength and skill, who can knock the first off with a staff. And then a competition of archery to hit very distant targets for points.
And can one enter? Does one have to enter all of these in order to win?
The king says, no, I set this up as a competition for the people, something fun for them long ago. Each one gets to make their, what is traditionally a simple and fun request as a commoner's law. So there are normally 3 laws that are set forth. It draws quite a crowd. The people are excited to see the competition and see what kind of fun pressure is put upon the king, has been the case in the past, that I must agree to. I recall once having to dress up in costume and visit an orphanage once, and it was well worth it.
My king, my family, they have protected you many years. And so it would be an honor for me to compete in these games if you let me.
I would be certainly grateful for you to do that, von Skeetenleben. Yes.
No good with the horses or the bow and arrow, but I think I can do the log and the stick.
I have seen you fight before with blade and not staff, but I'm sure you could certainly make a good go of it.
Thank you.
What about the painting?
That's for the children's part of the festival, Tanner.
There's a craft area for gnomes and children.
Gnomes and children.
Let us go back to...
Only kicking your asses at this finger painting.
Let us go back in. There was one part you mentioned, Sir Brenros, of this possible deal. What are we to get of it, and what do you know, Sildren, of this color?
Brenros holds out a hand for Sildren.
I remember the name, and upon a short break, I can go and fetch some materials that I have that will tell me exactly of this color, if nobody else remembers.
Very well. Let us adjourn for a bit. Lordy Endemore and I have much to catch up on, and we will reconvene in just 10 minutes. And we will take our break there. We'll be back in just a bit.
Peep an eye, it's Xander! Have you ever seen me totally blast a monster with my most powerful spell? Yeah, me neither, but I could! So don't forget to watch us live every Tuesday at 7 p.m. West Coast at twitch.tv/ingloriousbards. I cast Acid Arrow! Aw, dang it! Sorry, Iggy.
You gather with all of you gather again at the Nexus area, and the king says, so we have a possible new ally then, this color.
He is a slaver, if I remember the fireside conversations correctly, in what had occurred in your early adventures near Bottom Hill, I believe.
That's right! He was the guy that said he was building the tower where the chain gate was. Do I remember to be telling me about the chain gate?
I do remember.
It was a portal, and it took me right through to another land where there was a golden people, and then Killian on the other side. He threw us here. Right,
is
sorry.
a dishonorable man. How can we trust him?
It's what he wants that would keep his trust. And for that, he wishes to be with the Warden of Longpier.
And what does he want in return? What does he provide in return?
He says that in exchange, he could arrest the activities of House Vass.
It has been some time since I've dealt with House Vass, but they were particularly nasty.
And have been so to our side as well.
Lord Endemore nods. Yes, my king, they are even worse now.
You know what they say, yeah. Und fighting man is me Mearscon. It's that means the how do you say, the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Well said, von Skeenleven.
This is where kingly decisions are made, I suppose.
I think I would grab this ally as they are in short supply. I would have to honor this arrangement, but I'm sure there could be some changes down the line if things got out of hand. So, yes, we need this house out of the process here. We need them out of what's about to happen.
In regards to this law, I think if we are intending on entering this competition, I would, of course, handle the archery. Piercy, you said you would handle the athletics?
Yes, I could do it.
And we need someone else for the final task.
I think some eyes are heading towards Sir Brenrose.
For me,
You are skilled on a mount, are you not?
skilled on a mount, but
Not only that, Brenrose, but also your words speak true out of all of us. However, if your actions in the festival were to show the people that you are, on the one hand, a amusing, caregiving knight, as you are, a man of the people, and also a man of great honor, should you
keeps
win the
changing stance.
Should you win the competition, it would send a great signal. Were you the one to make the announcement of such a law being passed? I think any of us would appreciate the honor. But were it to be you, yourself, it would send a great message.
If each of you win your part and Sir Brenrose announces first, and you stand with him and shout your agreeance, it would certainly pose problems for Senator Kethed to denounce that. And it may indeed rally the people in that moment. And perhaps that might also be the time to unfurl the banner of the wolf.
With such genius behind us, how could we possibly fail? You do me more honor than I deserve. Very well, if it is your decision that I ride, then I will ride. Though I do believe Sildren's abilities rival my own, considering he knows the heart of the beast very well. But there it is.
I wanted to do it!
Xander,
Much as I may know the heart of the beast, you are trained better than I.
I just
And
make a
as-
stupid roll each time.
As Sildren knows the heart of the beast, I feel Xander knows the mind of all of us. And Xander, I would put it to you to form the words of such a law to be passed, to work in conjunction with Phaon, to properly word it so that we can move forward with our plan. I haven't the words to make such a proclamation.
Okay. I don't know super society that well, but man, I can talk to people. And I can get anyone to do what I need them to.
I'm included.
It's going around the group like, who hasn't done anything?
You need a thing.
Perhaps sit down with Lord Yandamar to craft the specifics of the law.
We have messages that need to be sent out then if we're making these agreements. Time is of the essence, as Lord Yanamar had stated.
I have a messenger service I can use from my home for whatever needs to be sent out.
And then Brenros crafts something handwritten to pass along to the Senator Grier to okay this relationship.
All right. Make a society roll just for overall coolness of how your writing turns out. And you get to add a diplomatic badge bonus of +1, I believe.
They're tootin'.
It's society, but it's going to give you a +1 bonus for that. And Lord Endemore spends some time with you as well, Xander. I think you were trying to craft something. What'd you get, Brenros?
22.
All right, yeah, it's pretty strong. Well written, and also guised well that it doesn't reveal anything to someone picking it up.
Okay.
Xander, you spend some time chatting with Lord Endemore, and he's like, for the last time, there is no competition to avoid burning your friends down. You cannot
There
be
should
included
be.
in that
I'm
way.
just saying there should be, because I would win.
You wouldn't.
And you guys have 2 days before this competition begins. Anything in particular you want to do?
I need a shield repaired. This thing is practically perforated and folding in on itself. So, if I could send this out to be to be repaired, that would be great.
All right, you certainly can. How much work needs to be done? It's badly hurt?
It's over 50%. So
Okay, then it'll take 2 days and 2 gold to have that repaired.
I don't suppose there's any way of paying more to get quicker repair time.
There is, but the price goes up tenfold.
For 20 gold?
Yes.
I will happily pay that to get that back in a day.
Okay. You get it to a custom smith that Ian Demore recommends. He says he and his what do you call them? Not the masters, the younger guys?
The apprentices.
Apprentices, thank you.
Journeymans.
Journeymans and apprentices will work all night long, and they will have it ready for you the next day.
Fantastic.
So you can have the shiny centerpiece for your celebration activities.
Percy needs a key made,
That is true.
and he wants to go shopping. Nothing specific, just shopping.
Okay.
Ignal would also like to approach Piercy and ask him if he would like to spar to get his staff fighting abilities up to snuff.
I am honored that you want to spar
You're
with
what?
me. Honored.
You're horny?
Maybe that you want to spar with me. Yes, I do it.
Shut up, you cute rat! Come here and get a key.
How does the keying system work again for the duplication? Is it a ceremonial, or is it just like ding and you have a new key kind of thing?
It involves using the key room, and there were some steps that were written down somewhere.
Oh, I remember the steps. I'm just saying, in a role play environment, is this a huge thing, or is it just a, boom, you've got a key?
No, it's utilitarian. Boom, you got a key.
Okay.
I mean, it's kind of a big deal. We're giving him access to our Nexus, which, by the way, has got a lot of people in here that wasn't here yesterday.
I told you not to keep inviting people over. I see a lot of new faces.
Xander, the property manager.
I'm just saying, I just cleaned these carpets. It was like a day ago. It was red.
Is your name on the
Occupancy
lease?
5. Occupancy 5 is what it's.
Well, and also, Idrissa, will you, for the next kind of day or so, accompany me on a couple jaunts out into the city?
I will jaunt.
Sildren
He's been known to jaunt.
I've jaunted a time or two.
spending some time incognito, like maybe even not taking any visible weapons or anything, but I remember Callian Varro had mentioned that Raynorth is somewhere in Mearscon here.
Oh, yes.
So Sildren is looking for that sickly sweet smell of death that he picked up last time. I think it's something like lilacs or lavender and something else, but and kind of starting to search the city very low key for that particular bad dude.
Rayneth.
All right. I have made a secret roll for you as you spend the day doing that, Sildren. That's very cool. Who are you? Piercy, you spend the day shopping for some stuff, random knickknacks, and you also do a little bit of sparring with some brooms in the Nexus and with Iggy, and the two of you go back and forth and you wrap each other with these broom handles from time to time. And what you gain, Piercy, is you gain a +2 to one staff challenge roll of your choice. You must declare it before you roll.
Awesome.
That is what Iggy has helped you get. And then let's see.
I also have another thing as well.
Yes, Brenros.
And then Xander.
Brenros is still haunted by the events with Skordrenar and the towers and whatnot. There is a portal book that was indicative of transport to the Bison Empire, as I recall. Without interacting too much with the book, would like to try to find reference to Skordrenar, possibly in its pages, but moreover perusing its information for a general. Just checking on the book itself.
Okay, which book? That's what matters.
That book. This is the benefit of notes. It was Northern Varen, Book of Northern Varen.
Okay.
This one in particular, when the transport did occur, it was an area familiar to me as the Bizran Empire. And so amongst its pages, I would like to see if I can see anything that is related to Skordrenar there.
Okay, you find the book, and these are the books that hang from chains on the wall here in the Nexus main chamber. There are several of them, one labeled Eastern Varen, one Northern Varen, one Southern Varen, and
Elder Sphere and
Illistel. And you take the one named Northern Varen off the chains and you start reading through it, looking for any name of Skordrenar. And there was a second part?
It's more of a general information. He's familiar with the area. It's kind of just fleshing it out in his mind as to what maybe some other realms or parts of it that he had not heard of before.
Okay.
Apparently this individual had traveled there. So.
All right. You read the book. It does not have any mention of Skordrenar, but make a society roll for me, please.
Okay. And here, making a society roll. Well, that's not going to work for me. I will be using a hero point for just reading.
Okay.
Considering this is a teleporting book.
You hand the book to Iggy.
Natural 1, that's 2 hero points.
Is that 2 hero points?
For natural ones,
For natural one, yeah.
All right. There's a
I will give you one.
Somebody got an extra one.
Well, okay.
Oh, Jersey has an extra one.
Hey, you want me to read for you?
We don't need to lose any more people. Society, yes, society. A 27 in total.
With the 27, what you're able to get from this book, and it's large, long, and not well edited, is a treatise on the locations in the northern section. There's some mention of the old Byzantine Empire, but there's much more of a reference to the elves that live in that region, and in particular where the nexus point arrives deals a lot with the final resting place of very high standing elven figures. You gain a +2 to a elven lore roll of your choice sometime down the future. So you've gleaned some fact that may be of use down the line. So just make note somewhere you got a bonus of a +2 elven lore down in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Xander, you also had something.
Yes. So understanding that the conversations that were happening around, Xander remembered that he ran into a little wizard. A guy who was really happy and had heard about us and being in the Nexus, but he mentioned that as the holder of the key of the Nexus, that Xander might have a seat in House Relmar. And that is what Xander wants to start exploring. He wants to go approach House Relmar and see what it would be like to be having a seat there to speak on their council.
All right. That's quite an endeavor. Xander says he's gonna go get some candy at the corner store. And
I have an idea!
I'm gonna go buy a pack of smokes. I'll be right back.
He leaves and he heads out and across town to the highest area of town. That is the Everman district, where the highest, most fanciest nobles live. The challenge is, Xander, that this place is very restrictive in who can enter. You don't readily know of a way to gain access. There are guards that are certainly set up to prevent people from getting up to this highest plateau of the city where the richest houses and estates live, and that's where House Relmar is. So that is your current challenge.
So you say they're high up. Are they physically higher than everybody?
They are physically higher. So the city is made up of a main plateau. There's a cliff drop of 30 or 40 feet that drops down to the ocean level with Long Pier. But far to the east is a risen, almost mountaintop that's been cut off. That's another flat plateau that has the richest neighborhood of all, the Everman district.
And to get into the Everman district, you're saying there's guards that say no.
There is a wide road that heads up there. There are, what's so funny?
I love how he said that. There's guards that say no, as if that's the only thing stopping me. Like, kind of tone. I love it.
There's a wide road that goes up there, and there are guards placed that prevent just anyone from coming and going.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. How long is the road?
How long is the road?
Yeah.
It's a switchback. It's well paved.
Sure.
I don't know. It's about a 80-foot rise, and the road is a couple hundred feet as it goes back and forth.
Back and forth, sure. But as the crow flies, or as the Xander flies, it's a little shorter.
Yes.
Just checking. And the guards are all, there's several of them stationed throughout. I just want to get a good picture of what I'm looking at.
Sure. So as you head east, there's a main city thoroughfare that heads towards this paved road. There's a big guard house on either side with a big gate. There are multiple guards there that stop anyone from coming and going. And you're watching this from outside, wondering how to, you can see some people that are showing up, like a wagon might come up and they they show some written scroll, and then the guards let them on through, that type of a thing.
Xander will approach the guards.
All right, Xander, you walk up to the guards. There is a guard there. These are not official guards, it looks like. These are some sort of private guards that are not uniformed in a way. And one of them looks to you and says, look, I don't know. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. What brings you to Everman?
Good afternoon. I have business with House Relmar.
Show your papers.
Ooh, which papers are you looking for?
For entry to Everman.
Explain what those are.
If you do not have the correct authorization to enter given to you by who you are here to see, we will not let you enter.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that's what you were looking for. I do not have papers. My name is Xander, the Sorcerer. I am a defender of Navarre and holder of the Nexus Key. I believe I have a place with House Ramar, and they're expecting me.
You're not on the list, Xander.
That's correct. They are expecting me. I am the holder of the Nexus Key, Xander the Sorcerer.
Maybe search by last name?
Which is also Xander.
Ends.
It's a Z. Just start from the other side.
It's Xander Ranez.
Ramirez. Gonzalez. He says, I can't let you through here. That is against the rules. You seem to be a silly person, and I have no interest in letting the light. And Xander, as he says that, you see a fellow walking down the road from up above, wearing a robe decorated in the symbols of House Relmar. You've never seen this man before. He walks towards the guard and says, this man shall pass.
Xander kind of bobbles his head. Great! Thank you very much!
The guard just motions you on through, and the Relmarian wizard turns and leads you up the road.
All right.
I sensed the arrival of you to this location. What is your business with us?
That is an interesting question. I believe, as I am told, and I understand the laws in your oath, I am a holder of the Nexus Key. And as such, I believe I have a place in House Ramar, and I would like to confirm.
I will have you speak with Enpator about this.
Oh, I know that guy!
And he takes you up into the Everman district. It is a beautiful place. There are manicured lawns and parks everywhere, and very distant guild halls for the most wealthiest of guilds, big mansions for the wealthiest of people. And he takes you to a multi-towered, almost mini mansion, which is decorated in flags and banners of House Relmar. You pass through and can feel some sort of magic as you go through. You're not sure what exact type it is. You think about doing a no, but then decide that would probably pop your head if you did anything like that. And choose. It
becomes a no.
And you walk into an entryway. The place there is magical. The place has almost this slightly askew MC Escher type vibe. There are strange angles to the walls and stone that don't make sense. As you step out, suddenly it does make sense. You look to your right and the floors are slightly tilted. Everything looks bizarre, but as you enter each hallway or each chamber, that room makes sense, and the one behind you looks off. The center of gravity is always slightly distant. There is a bit of electricity about the air. You see some more hooded fellows that look at you as you are escorted through. There is multiple references to a book that has a hand that is hitting this book. That is a symbol that they use a lot. And you are brought forth into a meeting room that again seems very strange, and the furniture is all askew, and you step in and everything makes a little bit more sense. There are lights that slowly rotate, magical lights, and there's this strange chime sound that's throughout this entire strange magical guild. There you see Enpator. He is a wizard who met you when you first exited the Nexus some time ago. He stands before you and looks upon your arrival. I am not expecting you. What brings you here?
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to see you again. Epitor, the last time we spoke, we talked about the rights of the holder of the Nexus key. And I am under the impression that as the holder of the Nexus key, I might have some rights here in the house. I would like to confirm that based on your laws.
Would you be willing to hand over the Nexus key in exchange for these rights?
I believe, without handing them over at all, I already have them.
You are correct.
You win $1 million.
What mental sparring we just saw.
Does he know about the deed to ownership?
No.
And what exactly do you intend to do in exercising these rights? You have the right to a voice in the tribunal of deciding some questionable matters where there is no agreement. I am confused by your arrival, and I would say again, this key would be far better in our hands than yours.
Thank you for being consistent in your message. Epitor, I'm here because there is some great changes that are happening in the city. I believe that this competition that looks like a lot of fun for everybody is going to be a harbinger of something much greater, possibly good. I believe very good, in fact. But I need to make sure that the house is protected and that they are understanding their own place. Can you please confirm for me, because I'm not sure I'm very aware of it, exactly how House Relmar protects the Senate?
Says the rules and laws behind what we do are very complicated and would take quite some time to explain. And what you have not fully explained, there is a puff of magic and a dude teleports right next to you you've never seen before, Xander. It is a half-orc guy who's dressed in a robe, and he says, I thought I sensed this. We've been talking about this for some time. You can make a difference. And Enpator just looks down and starts shaking his head. He says, I am Grindlace. I am one of the two speakers here at House Relmar, and I say we have a council of the tribunal. Enpator shakes his hands and says, very well. And Grindlace shakes your hand vigorously, Xander, and teleports away. Enpator teleports away. You are left alone in this meeting room.
You have to walk.
A guy walks in, your guide, and he motions for you to follow him.
Go, follows him. Go hit that guy.
You
Just
are following.
hope this isn't like Ascension of the Flesh.
No, it's the Council of the Tribunal.
You follow him. You head down some stairs that extend down and down. And by extend, I mean they literally, you stop walking after a couple steps and they just extend, and they extend out behind you. And you go down and down and down with this guide. The stairs come to an end. The guide kind of shrugs. He points forward off the stairs into a strange chamber, and then he starts the long, unnecessary walk all the way back up, as the stairs will not ascend for him. You see a chamber before you that is a weird purplish, slanted, bowlish room that has stone tiles that slant down towards this hole. This hole is a big, wide, 50-foot hole. It is surrounded by a ring of a different set of bright white tiles, and standing on two ends of the circle, if that makes sense, are Entomor and Grenlace, Enpator and Grenlace. And Enpator again just looks kind of defeated, and Grenlace is just wringing his hands, very excited, and motions for you to take a third spot that would be a triangular spot on this circle. And you can hear this ominous, weird, magical, like type sound that's emanating. There's this big chamber. No one else is here. The rest of them are left above in the guild hall. And Xander, I assume you take your spot.
I will.
Okay. Xander striding in, both nervous and overly confident at the same time.
It's a constant state of being.
Ride that line. And you are on this circle. And as you step onto this circle, the rest of the room starts to crumble behind you and fade away. And there's this ginormous pit with crazy purplish fog deep down below. And the circle starts to slowly turn. Enpator sighs and says, "We call the tribunal of House Romar, and we are hearing a change or amendment to the laws. You may speak now." And he points to you, Xander.
This is new for me. I have not changed laws before, but I will tell you that I am aware of and I know of certain importances. King Phaon is returning to Mearscon, and I believe that the Senate are attempting to override him and perhaps even cause a coup to seize power indefinitely. What I need to confirm and what I want to make sure is ratified is that the rightful ruler of Mearscon is protected and therefore ensured safety by House Relnar.
Enpator speaks and again sighs. "We must abide by our laws at all times, and the law states from the Senate that any attempt by any so-called king must be put down by the protectors of the city and the kingdom, which is House Relmar. That is the law. It seems to me that you are suggesting," and the half-orc guy still just wringing his hands and looking with a big smile, "you are suggesting that the law change back to what it was originally, and that is to protection of the ruler of Navarre, and in no way hinders any approach or future attempts by the Senate in dealing with this king. Is this true?"
Not only is it true, it seems right. If there was actually a ruler of Mearscon or of Navarre itself, it is in our rights and duties to make sure that they are protected, no matter who they are. So if it is the rightful king, or if it is someone who becomes the rightful king, then we should be putting protections for them. If we just follow every single change that is made by a bunch of greedy politicians, then we are not upholding this power that we actually have. there must be a balance. There must be a point that everyone can look to and say, that is true. The Senate is not providing that. It's up to us.
Xander, make a diplomacy roll +3, please.
Ooh, I like the +3.
That was good.
No, I only rolled a 9. I'm gonna do it one more time.
Uh-oh.
So hero point in this, because I got an extra hero point. I believe in me. I believe in me. Yeah, it's 8. So it's 27 with the +3.
Close.
With the 20s, that was almost a natural 20 by a
I know,
hair.
so close.
By a hair. With a 27, he says, you speak of magic and the laws. You understand you do not have our magic, and you have never followed our laws. You also understand that this law that has been put in place by the Senate that we obey has been there for many years. What you are suggesting is quite a significant change that could affect our ability and our magic from here on out.
I stand by my words, as I believe that any changes that are going to be made are changes for the better of Navarre.
The half-orc wizard next to you, very excited, says repeatedly, say you propose a law, say you propose it, say you propose it, say you propose it.
Oh, I propose a law.
I second it, and it's done! And the half-orc is very excited, and he comes running over to your side of the circle, which starts to wobble, and the outside stone starts to reform. Empetor just shakes his head down and is upset. The half-orc comes running over to you, Grenlace, and shakes your hand, and gives you a hug. I have been waiting for years for this to happen, and we've been stuck in a constant, never-ending squabble, endlessly, and here you show up. You are a treasure. Whoa, what was your name?
I am Xander the Sorcerer, defender of Navarre, keeper of the Nexus Key, and a member of House Relnar.
Indeed you are, and it's Relmar with an M. And
Sorry.
we are so grateful. I am so great. And Empetor is just shaking his head and slowly floating back towards these stairs. This could have some impact upon our magic. It all depends if the laws of Lycrea are followed, and I think this is for the best. And I think Lycrea will continue to grant us our abilities, and this will be so. I will reach out to you through the Nexus once we have made the change in the Great Book. And you have done amazing, Xander, defender of the realm.
Well, thank you. Yeah, what's your name again?
I am Grindlace.
Grindlace, I knew that. I just wanted to test you. This guy. He pokes him a little bit.
All right, this Xander guy's kind of weird.
Some people call me Skordrenar.
Shorty.
What?
He escorts you out of the chamber and up the endless stairs. And as you go up, what are your plans? Are you planning on perhaps going through the process and becoming a proper member of House Relmar that would grant you magical abilities? Are you able to cast spells now? Do you have any political ambitions? You know, we have a No Fish Friday meal that you might be interested in. Tell me more.
I have a book on Dianetics that you might be interested in.
Yes.
Take this.
Place these on your ears.
The great cans of Mearscon.
Thomas Cruzican is here.
He comes out of a closet.
I'm scared.
Jumps on a couch.
Xander starts answering the questions as much as he can. I've had magic my whole life. I don't know how to use most of it, but it keeps getting bigger and stronger as I grow, and it's getting better, and I'm a sorcerer, and I can do this spell, and I can do that spell, I can do these things. As far as political, I have never even thought about that far, but I can get into all sorts of different ideas. I know the king's the right place, and I know that we can do what's best for him. If I can learn more magic, this is a great place. I'd like to try it. I do go a lot of places, though. I travel a whole bunch. I'm kind of well known around, and then I'm gonna go to this thing. But if you were gonna give me something, sort of a book, I can take a look at that. I can start looking into it. This is so exciting.
Okay, he
None
responds.
of us are there to interrupt him.
He's excited. He responds. He's very excited to have you there. Empetor has nothing to do with you the rest of your visit here at the place. He suggests there's great things that can be done now with House Ramar with you here. He's very excited. You spend another hour or two chatting with him before he escorts you down and gives you a special piece of permanent indestructible paper that is a note that allows you permanent access to this district in the city from here on out. But just you.
All right.
Just you.
I'm so special.
Yes. The day wraps up. I think we took care of everybody's business with Sildren. You did not sense any scent of those smells you were trying to get back to.
Okay.
And Sir Brenros.
You did.
Something in your throat, Sir Brenros.
Something in his throat.
Sir Brenros, you sound like your voice is off.
Anyway, sorry about that. I have yet to send out a missive to my queen to indicate about the chalices.
Okay.
So I need to make sure that that gets done as well.
All right. And just that you have destroyed them all.
They are destroyed, yes.
All right.
I destroyed them all.
All right. You send that message out through your order and we'll wait upon a response. It is roughly 2 mornings later, and our heroes are gearing up to head down to Long Pier. The crowds you have dealt with before have gotten even more crazy and more intense. You guys make your way down to the docks area on the west side of town. The crowds there are crazy busy. There is lots of activity. There are tents and pavilions selling all sorts of things. There's lots of crazy fun food. Xander is dancing from mustard tent to mustard tent. There are people that are juggling and trying to get your attention there. There are people that are just excited to have this time off. They've left maybe their towns and have traveled across the kingdom to the city and are excited to be part of this celebration. There's a lot of relief you hear in some conversations, some people excited to get away from the challenging lives they've had the last few years, in particular the last few weeks. And the only time things get bummed out is when any of those Renarian brotherhoods walk by, but there are not many of them here. Someone has wisely told them to stay relatively clear of this celebration. So, yeah, go ahead.
Ignal would have liked to have gone to Yandamore and picked up his outfit and maybe gotten some other accoutrements to be a little more in disguise.
All right,
And
done.
My thoughts of what he looked like are a little bit like this.
That's Little John from Robin Hood?
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
I really can't tell you how perfect that is for what I planned.
Sir Reginald, Duke of Chutney.
Okay. So a bit more of a how would you describe that to our podcast listeners?
Oh, a
little foppish,
a little bit of a dandy, even.
All right.
Piercy's also changed out of his
actual dandy clothes,
wolf tabard, so that he's not identified as a wolf.
All right.
In the city.
Probably a good idea.
And speaking to Idrisil at some point in time during our stay at the Nexus,
no.
In the competition, it might be best if we unfurl the banner of the wolf as, if all works out and we're victorious. And I can do that very easily with a few of my abilities. I know you've taken some ownership of that banner, and I would like to ask you if I may take it and unfurl it at the time.
Any help that you would need with that, you have.
The banner is yours.
Brenros, you have your shield back. It is repaired at quite some expense. And you are going armed and armored?
Armed and armored, yes.
All right. And what about you, Iggy, in this foppish pink outfit? Are you bringing this giant war
I
maul?
will have a maul, but I will not be armored.
Okay. All right. Idrisil, I assume you've got some.
I'm in my regular clothes. I might look a little bit, if he's gonna look like Little John, I might look like the fox in Robin Hood, a little disguise myself, since, well, I guess, I don't know if Xander relayed the information that he was at Relmar, but since Ampator invaded my mind and stuff, I'm still a little weary of them, so.
Not only did I tell you about it, look at my robe! Look at the thing!
It's a big R. It's like a Weasley. It's a big R. Okay, well, yeah, in that case, I will just be in my full shadow leather armor attire.
Okay. You look like several other hunter types and locals that have come in from the kingdom. So, yeah, you blend in well. All right. And you guys make your way to Longbeard. The king, by the way, wished you well. And the old man, Tapsil, whatever, he asked you to bring him back a churro. You guys head off, and you
something
are
soft he can munch.
Yeah, something very soft. You guys make your way to the main celebration area. Again, there's music, there's bards, there's lots of smells. It's maybe early afternoon, maybe 11 o'clock. It's nice and sunny out. You can see a couple of important things have been set up. The biggest of which is along a huge stretch of the docks that goes north and south has been cleared off. Maybe even some structures set aside and lots of boats cleared out and cargo moved aside, and it is a long stretch of flags and wooden fences that have created a very long racing track. And it's essentially a double road, if you will, that's split lengthwise by a wooden fence that goes down the whole length. There's colored flags there. You can see as you approach, there are, I don't know, let's see, let's have Piercy make a perception roll, and let's have Sildren. You've been really staying on guard. Make a perception roll as well.
17 for Piercy.
Right. 34 for Sildren.
Shit.
All right. Piercy,
You're behind the same guy.
you see nothing. You're caught up in all the sights and sounds with a 34. That changes. Interesting. With 34, Sildren, you can see off in the distance, there is at one end of where this racetrack is, there's a bunch of horses gathered, a bunch of people excited. There are guests from out of town that are just admiring the horses of all their different kinds. This is a pretty serious deal for riders. In particular, you see there's a big raised stage. You see there are some important dignitaries there, including Senator Cathod and some other senator type folks. And he's glad handing and talking to local merchants and all that jazz. And what did you get? Yeah. And you also see an interesting sight off to the side. You kind of maybe snap your fingers and point over there. You see an elf with a ponytail and an embroidered cloak, someone you've never seen before. But what's of note is he is speaking quite some time, leaning in close because it's loud, with Sir Kendall, Knight of the Order of the Vigilant. And he's chatting with this Sir Kendall, and the elf then bows slightly to Kendall and turns around to a big, muscular, shirtless guy and hands that guy a bag of coins. And just as that happens, Piercy, you are accosted by a trio of young human maidens who run up to you with bushels of apples. And one of them says, 2 silver gets you an apple and a kiss. And they extend this forward.
I'm so sorry, but I do not think I have the 2 silver today. But maybe. What can I get for a tree copper?
One of them pulls out a apple core that's been eaten from the bottom of the barrel and puts it into your puckered lips. And then they walk over to Iggy and walk past him in his weird outfit. And then they walk over to Idrisil, the cool-looking hunter dude.
Ladies, come on. Seriously.
2 silver and an apple and a kiss.
Only 3 copper, you say? No problem. And I'll hand them each 2 silver.
All right. Idrisil gets 3 apples and 3 big kisses, one on the cheek, one on the other cheek, and then he cheats and turns his head and gets the last one on the lips, and they giggle and are excited, and they go off to further spread some mono. And so you guys...
What?
We go forward too. No, you're good. You're good. And you guys are up and caught in this big crowd. You have Piercy that's keeping an eye on you guys as well and watching, pointing some people that might try and pick your pockets from time to time. But it's a very fun, exciting affair. You have like turkey legs on a stick type of a thing, and Brenro's still looking for the funnel cake. And you hear on this raised stage Senator Cathod speak before the people, and there's a big bell that is clanged a couple times that quiets down some of the crowd. He still has to talk over him and says, may this celebration show the strength of the community, the strength of Navarre, and the gratefulness the entire Senate of Navarre has for its people. And we shall begin with the race of champions. And there's a big clapping and cheering and yay. And there are a bunch of people. There's at least a dozen finely groomed horses that are brought out. You can see some people next to you are starting to bet and who's going to beat what. And it's in a bracket style, and there's a pair. There's a young lady on a horse and an old guy from a faraway town that bring up their horses, and they shout out their names, and everyone cheers, and they get ready, and then they race down this course, and they essentially are racing down one half of it together, side by side, bumping into each other. It's very narrow. They race down, and about halfway through, this fence that splits it is a little bit lower, and they have to leap over. And the young lady leaps over first, the guy leaps over second, and then they go down the other half of the course. And then there's another break about 3/4 of the way. She leaps over. The other guy, his horse clips it and loses a lot of speed. She comes around the far end and then races straight all the way down and wins that heat. And there's a lot of cheering and excitement from the crowd. Anything interesting you guys want to do?
Yeah, real quick. Sildren's scoped out like a high pole post. There's got to be something for like when the moment comes where the banner should be. So figuring that out, and then I'm also trying to track the big beefy guy that got money from the elf. I'm basically following him now, I suppose.
Make another perception roll, please, Sildren. You've been rolling good, didn't you?
29.
29 is great again. You were able to keep an eye on him. You see he is testing the stability of some struts that are holding up a big log, and he is apparently getting ready to do some battle with stabs on that part of the competition later on. Sildren, you can see this from a good vantage point. If you spend 4 silver, you can get seated at a balcony on a cheap tavern that is very close to the stage, which is currently flying the Mearscon and Senate flags on top of it.
Okay. I mean, like, even it doesn't have to be a structure. It just has to be a pole, basically. So, like, just from a like that sort of standpoint, if that's the best place, great.
That's a good spot. There's also some lantern poles that are attached to the docks that are not in use right now.
Okay. Would they be more visible?
No.
Okay.
But more easily accessible.
I'm not worried about that. Okay.
All right. Anything else? So there's lots of competition, lots of riding, and people are excited and cheering on. And winners and brackets are starting to be defined.
I'll come back and talk to Piercy for a second.
Okay.
The big guy over there is going to be your stiffest competition. I think he's been going to be the one to beat. So.
Oh, I've a beaten bigger.
Okay, that's nice, buddy. Have a good one. And,
Ignal would like to be down by like where a lot of the betting is happening, and
all right,
keeping a keen eye on any suspicious activity there.
Okay. You do so. You also have caught the attention of some sort of fellow on the other side of this course, on the dock side near the water, who is wearing an outfit similar to yours and smiling at you frequently.
I smile right back.
As these sweaty haunches of horses go riding by over and over and over again.
It just was that go ahead.
Brenros would like to check the stock, as it were, for the horses.
For the horses, you have to bring your own mount.
BYOM.
You have to bring your own mount. You see there are a few openings that the people that are managing this tournament are trying to figure out because it's not even. And you do, as you see them messing around with some sort of chalk or something, like this lady won the first one and the next one, you do see a mount you recognize as the extremely fancy and well-bred steed of Sir Kendall. And you look and you see that he is on the board and has already won his first heat while you've been looking around.
I see.
Oh,
Stiff competition. This will be fun. So my goal then now is to find a steed to ride with, and of course looking for one that might be a fair match for Sir Kendall's.
Sir Kendall, I need to know what the horse's name is.
we know this horse's name. Sir Kendall.
Yeah. What is your horse's name?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Brighton of Brigantrin. Would you like me to write that down? It's Brighton of Brigantrin. He's the fourth of his kind.
It's okay. Skeeton Levers, as complicated as I need to get.
He has steed fees. He's got stud fees that go on forever. Brighton of Brigantrin.
Actually, in fair match, I think Nan is a well-traveled horse. I think the strength of my traveling horse would be a fair match then.
All right. You're going to collect your Nan, your traveling horse. Is that correct?
Yep,
all right.
It's a bit heavier, possibly a little slower, but it definitely has the endurance for a heavily armored individual to ride it
All right, you go off. It takes some time, but the tournament manager says they will put you on the last initial heat, and you fetch your horse. You look at your horse, you love your horse, you pet your horse. You kind of look a little disappointed at this riding horse compared to some of the Ferraris you just looked at. But you take your horse and kind of force this fake smile pride in yourself. You can do this, Nan. You better do this, Nan. And you make your way across through the crowd, bringing your mount, and you come to the stall area where they've got to inspect your horse. There's also some wizard in the area kind of checking things out magically to make sure there's nothing funky going on there. Mm-hmm. And as you are getting approval and this tournament manager is saying, yes, you'll ride against this dwarf in just a second. You run into Sir Kendall, who is on top of his horse, towering above you on this gorgeous beast. And Sir Kendall briefly says something to you as he rides slowly past.
I like your mule. It's going to go well in the glue factory.
And a fine ride to you. Stay safe upon your fancy horse.
I trust you'll stay alive, Sir Brenrose. You do nothing other than that.
I appreciate your words. May they go with you, regardless of the outcome.
And you guys
Loyalty
part
and respect.
ways.
And yes, we part ways.
All right.
Did Sildren pick up on the fact that Sir Kendall's horse was stabled in there at any point?
Sure.
I'd like to go up. I would actually like to have a conversation with Sir Kendall's horse.
Oh! While he's talking to Brenrose?
Yeah.
All right. Meanwhile, while that's happening, there's many people there admiring this horse, and you walk right up and you
I pet him. I kind of like put my forehead up against his, and I'm like, hey, and Sir Kendall's horse. I know the Night Vigilant does not treat you as you deserve. You should be ridden by a true and noble person like that man over there, who proudly bears his humble steed with him and treats it well. And you will have a chance if you but perhaps don't give your all to this man in the very near future during this race. Using wild empathy, I can create a connection with them, communicate with them on a rudimentary level, use my diplomacy to make an impression on the animal, make very simple requests. In most cases, animals will give you time to make the case.
All right. You speak these words to the horse. The horse kind of cocks its head at you. It does not respond. Sir Kendall kind of waves you and the kids away from the horse as he's got other business to attend. And the horse rides away, and the horse kind of looks back briefly at you in the crowd. And you will be able to possibly make a diplomacy roll in the future as the inception seed has been planted.
So while the ride is going on, it just does.
And we need another hero point given out to Sildren.
Oh, hell yeah.
And this can be a carryover into the next adventure if necessary.
Hell yeah.
And Sir Brenrose, you are up for your first heat. There's excitement. You get onto your horse, and they have a dwarf next to you. Let's have Iggy. It's not you, but it is a dwarf, so let's have you make this dwarf's rolls. Brenrose, what you're going to do is you're going to make a nature roll. You get to add +2 because of your ride feat. You are skilled in these kind of rides. You also get to add an additional +2 for your connection with your horse, Nan.
Oh. Okay.
So you're going to make that roll. Iggy, you're going to roll for his competitor as the two of you break out and race down this narrow section side by side. You're racing past docks after docks of the ocean. The crowds are cheering, and you're racing fast, and you're heading towards this first leap over the fence to the other side. And I need you to both make rolls. With Iggy, you are adding plus 8.
Real quick, can Ignal place a 10 gold bet on Sir Brenrose?
Yes, you sure can.
Very good.
All right.
And I'm making a nature roll plus 10?
Yeah, you're just making a roll plus 10 for this rider. You're just representing this rider. Plus 8, I'm sorry, plus 8.
Oh, no!
Add plus 4, 15.
18.
18. Sir Brenrose, you have fallen.
How much of the you gotta go for style? Yeah, I'm gonna spend a hero point.
All right.
See if we push this.
Can't do much worse than a 2.
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
The odds are so low.
Yep.
Oh my God! No!
The Iggy just tosses 10 gold to the ground and walks away. Sir Brenrose, in the lead, does the first leap over the fence. Nan was just too excited and nervous, clips it, and sends the two of you tumbling violently into the other lane. The whole crowd gasps. Everyone in the crowd is gasping except for one lone figure laughing in the distance.
You're the worst.
And Sir Brenrose, you take 23 points of bludgeoning and shame damage as you come to a violent crash. Your competitor races past you, leaps over the next fence, turns around, has to slow down to get around you as you're picking yourself off the ground, and races into the finish. And you just hear lots of, "It's okay. Hey, buddy, you all right?"
Oh, that poor horse.
Yeah.
Yeah, that poor horse. Brenrose, taking it still in stride, walks Nan over to shake hands with the competitor.
All right, that means getting close to the end where all the horses and Sir Kendall are gathered, and the tournament runner says, "The victor," and points to the dwarf, and then erases your name forever from the tournament. You are out, and it's just you, and you see Sir Kendall within speaking distance, and a brief exchange happens, I imagine.
Exactly as expected, Sir Brenrose. Well done.
As always, I appreciate your kind words. And he's still picking bits.
I appreciate that you weren't wearing your colors of the order. That would be a great embarrassment for anyone else to have seen that.
I am still proud of this very fine steed. I would still take up against yours.
There's a toothless horse with blood coming out on the side, limping.
No. There's a lay on hands on the horse.
Stay together, baby.
Be there.
All right, that uncomfortable scene comes to an end.
Oh my God.
More rides are happening, and it comes down to a grand finale between Sir Brenrose and the young lady who won the first heat from the original description of this event.
Sir Kendall, you mean?
Sir Kendall, sorry, Sir Kendall. Thank you, Sir Kendall.
I'm still in this?
And Sir Kendall on his magnificent beast, whose name is what again?
This is Brighton of Brigantrin.
Of course.
Notice his mane. It's very coiffy.
They handily defeat the young lady. Even Sir Kendall slows down near the end a little bit and encourages her to
You can do it.
And a diplomacy roll needs to be made by Sildred.
Block.
Thank you. All right, here we go. Natural 20. Your horse does not like you.
Oh my
For an eye,
goodness.
Kendall.
And right at the end
I would
of the
call that-
ride, as he's slowing down and kind of mocking this lady to come up,
Too easy. No, it's all right. Go ahead. He's got
the
it.
horse bucks, sends Sir Kendall flying off. He lands awkwardly on his back on the fence in the middle. The horse comes and even bites him on the ankle. Lady races by. The crowd is cheering and cheering, and all Sir Kendall can hear is the cheering crowd and a passing by Sir Brenrose as Brenrose walks by.
I want to mute this and just let out some energy. Real quick.
Let it out, Brenrose. Let it out.
Let it out.
in a controlled fashion. Walking proudly with Nan. Just as I expected, Sir Kendall. I wish more of the Order were here to see just how much honor you've brought to them today.
Like he's hurt. He's hurt. Like you need to just leave and let some medics come in.
Here's the thing, though. He's still a Knight of the Order, so I will help him up and heal him with a lay on hands.
Oh, I think that hurts even more. Okay.
So I extend the hand, and if he takes it, I will heal at the same
Does he?
He will. He will
All
take
right.
it.
All right.
You help get him to his feet. His horse has to be taken away from him for the time being. And you lay some,
Thank you, my friend. Thank
Sylvan
you.
is my favorite person.
you lay hands on him. He finds some excuse to go away, and Sir Kendall retreats to the comfort and of Senator Kethed and his entourage on the stage. But apparently the stage is all full right now, and they can't take him right this very moment.
We'll
Dear.
put out a stool for you.
Some time goes by, and there is another challenge that is occurring, and it is people that are beating each other up senseless on top of a big, thick log that is about 8 feet high on some struts, and they are hammering each other with staves and stepping back. Some of these people seem to be successful in more of a manual labor type farmers that are out there hammering each other. You see one priest of Carahel out there who's holding his own pretty well and moving forward. And again, it's another bracket type situation. Excuse me. And people fall off, and there's some hay down below, but it's still a really far drop, and they hit hard. Piercy, were you still interested in joining this violent display?
Oh, don't you know? Percy, yes, we'll fight the fight.
All right. Piercy, you go up. It appears to be tradition that you go mostly, if not fully, shirtless up top when you climb up. And you don't have a proper staff, but one is provided for you, and you have to go through essentially several bouts and several matches. We will narrow it down to 2 bouts if necessary. The first, you must go through your initial heat, and it is you and a halfling guy who is up there, who's got his staff twirling around, and he climbs up quickly. You climb up very easily, if I know you well. You got some good climbing to you. You scurry up, the staff is brought to you, and essentially what we have on this log is we have a 0 position, and in relation to you, a +1, +2, or a -1, -2. If you get to -3, you're tossed. If you get to +3, he's tossed. And a critical is 2 movements at a time is the overall concept. Does that make sense to you?
Yep.
All right. The crowd, again, yes, Seth.
Real quick, Ignal would like to place a 10 gold bet on Piercy and also position himself as close as he can in the spectator section behind Piercy.
Okay. All right. you do so. And there are lots of people that are willing to take your money. You can spend a lot more. They know the dandy with the candy who's who's placing really bad bets.
Let's do a 30 gold bet then.
He's
All
like
right.
the shady boxing coach.
All right,
just to be clear, Ignal's eyebrows are ready for an intimidating glare.
okay.
You feel that pain? That's pride.
All right. You place 3 different bets with 3 different people for 10 gold each. And Piercy, you're up there. This halfling is there as well, and he is ready to do a battle. And let's have Jeremy. Can you make the roll for this halfling? And this halfling has a plus 10 to attack, and it's blow after blow. So right off the bat, I need this halfling to make a roll with plus 10 versus Piercy's armor class, and you wear leather, is that right?
I do.
So it's your armor class minus 2.
Right, because I don't have my leather on right now. So that's 23 will be my armor class.
All right.
Okay. First roll. 21.
It's a swing, and then you parry it. And Piercy, you get to make a roll as well. The armor class you're looking to beat is a 17.
Okay. Before Piercy takes a swing, he says,
Was that meant to hurt? Put your little weapon down and run away while before I kebab you.
and
What?
uses bond mode to get some panache.
Bond Mo. All right, make I think it's a diplomacy roll.
I think it is. Where is it?
Roll a diplomacy check against the target's will DC. Diplomacy, your target is a 20, and this is a kind of a weird insult that throws them off their game a bit.
So 14 plus 14 is 28.
28, you succeed. They are minus 2 to perception and will saves, and in particular, you gain your panache, which gives you bonus damage.
Right.
All right.
So I'm rolling.
Roll your attack. Make it like your short sword attack, but you don't get the +1 for the magic of the short sword.
Okay.
So just subtract 1 from your short sword attack.
So 24.
24 is a connection. Boom! You hit and send him back. You are at a +1 stance. You've got him pushed towards that edge. It's a new round. These rolls are as simultaneous rolls, so go ahead and make both rolls, both of you again.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
13.
I rolled twice for some reason. 24.
24 is another hit. You've pushed this halfling back to the last spot. He's on the edge, teetering back, and you guys need to roll again. You could finish it right here.
Yeah. 15.
23.
With a 23, you send the halfling with a hit to the leg. He steps back and stumbles, losing his footing, and crashes into the straw and hurts himself when he hits the ground. And you have won, and the crowd cheers as you won this first bout on top of the log.
Piercy does some sort of like pirouette and flourishes, and then fancily puts away his. Oh, it's not a short sword.
Yeah,
And then
Jesus.
twirls the staff.
Some people are cheering. You look over at the stage. The center and crew are not paying much attention until there's a winner. And there's horses go riding by as they're maybe we're still trying to, some people are still trying to run this race. And you can also see that there are some structures that are being verified and checked by guys on boats out in the water, and these structures are floating little log pontoon type things with hay and archery targets attached to them as they're putting them out onto the bay area on the docks.
Okay.
More time goes by, more bouts happen, and in particular, there is a big, sweaty, barrel-chested, muscular guy with no shirt who keeps winning, and Piercy, you keep winning until it comes to the final battle, you versus Shirtless McGee, and we will have Chris roll for him. Chris, you stand up as the shirtless guy and you see this weird Yosoki rat folk twirling staff guy. You have anything to say to him as you mount up?
Prepare to get wet, little rat.
Oh, I don't like the water. Thank you, though.
And you guys have staffs. The tournament guy calls, "Are we ready for the final battle?" And the crowd cheers. And he says, "In this side, we have our last combatant, Shirtless McGee. And over here, we have Piercy Van Skinderdard. And may the best man win. Fight! Let's get it on!" And you guys clash with staves. I need you to make rolls. And Chris, you are rolling a plus 20 to hit.
What?
And the armor class for you is 28, Piercy.
What?
Good luck, buddy. Plus 20 to hit. All right. So that's going to be a 38.
Oh my god!
That's a critical.
You also get a simultaneous roll.
30.
30 is a good. You push him back to a +1 stance. He loses ground, and then whack, he hits you right in the head. You're stunned, and you fall back 2 spots, and so you're at -1. If you get to -3, you fall off your backside of the log. And Iggy, the dandy with candy, you had something in mind here.
Oh, I would very much like to raise an eyebrow at Shirtless McGee right now and attempt an intimidating glare.
Yeah, there's some people that are cheering for him, some people that are taunting Piercy or this guy, whoever they're voting for, and you were able to capture his attention for a moment, and you need to make an intimidation roll, right?
22.
I
would like to use a hero point.
You may.
Come on, little buddy. 25.
With a 25, you instill fear level 1 in this guy with this raised eyebrow.
There you
Why is that
go.
creepy dwarf staring at me?
So, Shirtless McGee, you are -1 with your next staff roll only, but your armor class is also dropped by 1. It's still super hard, but this is an opening, Piercy. I need you both to make your rolls. Staffs collide.
7 plus 19, 26.
26. I'm going to use my +2.
So 28. I believe I said you had to call it before you roll, but that's totally fine because it's pretty cool here to do it. It's just what you need. We'll let it go. All right. With a 26, you are hit and pushed back. Wait, what was your armor class?
Yeah, it's 23 right now.
Okay, you are pushed back, but you also succeed and hold your spot at -1. We need to make rolls again, and let's have the frightened condition last one more time.
Ooh! Then Xander wants to try to get Sweaty's attention and let him know that he's going down! Doing another intimidation.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Xander's on Iggy's shoulders.
Yes.
You got nothing! 23.
23, I'm afraid, does not work on him.
I said you got nothing! He can't hear me! Stand taller!
I'm a dwarf. This is as good as it gets.
Piercy's got the disadvantage here. Go ahead and make rolls again. Staffs collide.
29.
It's another hit.
30.
30 is another hit. Piercy, you're holding in spot. -1 spot. More rolls again. Staff rolls. Good luck.
Ooh, I'm gonna use a hero point.
Yeah, 19's a little low.
29.
29 is another hit. Shirtless
32.
McGee. 32, you
Damn
hold
it.
position.
I mean, I'm a plus 20. What am I supposed to do here? I need to roll
Roll
a
again.
natural 1.
Yeah, you do.
Or you need to start rolling 20s, buddy.
34.
It's a hit
24.
is a hit as well. You're just holding back and forth. Roll again. The stalemate will be broken.
27.
Oh, I'm gonna use a hero point.
Because you only rolled a 9.
The last hero point.
Wait, that's 25. Oh no. Yeah, I have 3 because I got an extra one last
Oh,
time.
okay.
All right, so there's a hero point. We're rolling again. 33.
You hold ground. Roll again. You are not gaining or losing ground. Still at -1. Oh, that was almost natural 20.
39.
Oh, man. That's a critical.
I'll wait.
What?
39?
Where's your roll with?
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, it popped off. So, sorry, 30 total.
Okay.
It popped off the thing, so it didn't record.
Go ahead and roll it again because I'm
Wait.
not seeing it. Roll it
Hold on.
inside the table of the
Yeah.
chat box.
I think I'm bugged in some way. Hold on.
Yeah.
There we go. How about 22?
22 is a
Not
miss.
enough.
That's
And
a
both
not
of you
enough.
guys miss and roll again. God dang.
32.
God damn it.
39.
You need a
39.
hero point to re-roll that.
Yeah. Can I use a hero point to reroll?
You do have 1 hero point, but you can't do it to make yourself worse. You push him back and smash. He
I mean,
hits
I'm
you.
going for a natural 20 here.
No, he smashes you with a critical right upside the head. You stumble back. You are right at the edge of your end of the log. You're at -2. One more misstep and you're gone, Piercy, in this final championship. Roll again. This could be it.
29.
23.
23. You claim ground. You're at -1. Roll again. He's fighting back.
35.
Let me use a hero point.
Come on,
Piercy's
Piercy.
holding on desperately.
28.
You hold on and -1. Roll again. Oh my goodness. Is this possible?
It's a champion fight.
Oh,
Piercy misses with a big swing.
30.
Negative. We don't see the die. You got to roll it.
Jesus Christ. Why does that keep happening? Well, there you go. 25. That's better.
25 is a hit. Piercy is once again back against the wall, right at the edge. Go again.
Natural 1. But it's not showing up. Jesus fucking Christ. Why is
Roll it
that?
on the table.
It's got to show.
25.
25. The position is held. Piercy's still at the edge. Writing's looking to be on the wall here.
26.
26 of 31. He holds off. The crowd is cheering. Roll
Freak
again.
him out.
Oh,
Sorry. 36.
Only a 22, and I don't have any more hero points.
And you are smashed up the head and dropped unconscious off the back with a critical. And Piercy lands awkwardly and takes 8 points of bruising damage. And he is out cold off the log.
Sorry, bud.
Crowd cheers! The guy is victorious. The shirtless, yeah, the shirtless guy is cheering to the crowd. He hops off and
King
and
Phaon!
he smiles. You can hear from Sildren. You can hear while this is wrapping up a young lady stand forth, and before on the stage, she is the one that has won the horse competition. And the Senator Cathod says, quiet, we get our first commoner law decreed by this young champion, and what shall be the new law set forth here in Mearscon? And she smiles and she says, I want this party celebration extended another week. And the crowd cheers, and there's beer thrown and some biscuits thrown, and everyone loves it. And the senator smiles and he says, so be it. The Fall Sun celebration will continue for 7 more days. And the crowd cheers like crazy. And there's more commotion going on, and a sweaty, shirtless guy tosses his staff down, and he comes up to the stage as well. It looks like we have another winner. We've never met before, have we, sir? No. And he says, you are a great champion with the staff and have won the staff log challenge. And what is, you're not going to say this, Chris. What is your new commoner's law and decree for the city of Mearscon? And he ponders in terrible community theater acting. I think the tax breaks given by the Senate for the next few months should be extended until spring. And Senator Cathett says, all right. My hands are tied, and I feel the taxes shall be withheld until spring. And the crowd goes even wilder and crazier. And he says, the Senate is here to abide by commoner's law, and we will agree to this. And he can't even get the further stuff out, and people are cheering. Some people are going on the stage. Guards are having to hold them back, and they love it like crazy. And anything else you guys want to do as they are preparing the last challenge?
Idrisil, during this entire competition, has been down there at the dock. If there's like a equivalent of a batting cage, that's what he's been doing, just practicing with the other archers.
Sure.
Has there been, or has he noticed anyway, anyone who seems particularly good? Would match his level.
You can see there are a lot of huntsman, woodsman type folks that are here. They are shooting into an old boat, and they you don't see anyone who is near as good as you, but not everyone is also shooting, but you're feeling pretty confident. Pretty confident. All right. They have stopped with the horse races. There are some young kids that are battling on top of the log and like, knock me out like a rat. And
Soon.
Ignol wants to put 30 gold down. I'm losing my ass here.
That's right.
But I'm going to put 30 gold down on Idrisil.
Maybe.
Nope.
Don't talk to me! Don't talk to me while I'm betting!
One more run! One more!
Yeah.
How close?
Iggy, you're down! You're down, Iggy!
To the
What's that?
archers. How
Say it
close
again?
are people How close are people allowed to be to the archers? Like, can I be Idrisil's coach? There?
Another rub in the shoulders.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty much exactly that. Yeah.
You can, the crowd is cordoned off at 15 feet is as close as they are allowed.
Okay.
I will have stopped practicing and have gone over to quiet myself, and then once I see Sildren, I'll go get as close. Is it like a rope that he can't go to, or we just can't physically get?
No. There's a rope type area cordoned off. Also of note, this is not a bracket type area. This is a more of an ego of someone challenging someone else. So two people immediately start shooting. There are 5 different flotation targets that are set out. One that's kind of close, another farther, another far. The last one is crazy far out. No one's really aiming for that quite yet. There's some shots going on. One person wins. They get 5 shots with their bow. And then, hey, good job. And then he calls out in an official kind of way, is there anyone who will challenge me? And the next person who's ready says, I challenge you. And then that's going on and on. While that's happening, because you have plenty of time, and you also notice the people that are going first are the ones who know they're going to lose. Because they know they want to get their moment of fame before they get destroyed by other people. While this is going on, you walk over to Sildren.
How fared the others?
Not well. No pressure, but it completely relies on you at this point.
You still have the banner?
I do. And if your aim is true, we'll hopefully accomplish this.
You guys are great at making speeches. I love your speeches.
Shut up.
I can only hope that these other men fail themselves today, and I succeed where they do not.
Tap him on the shoulder, give him guidance, but it doesn't last that long, so
How long does it
won't
last?
actually be helpful. Just till my next round.
Yeah, that's not going to work.
That's kind of what I had been thinking, but
The whole crowd is gathered and pressed in along the docks. Some have filled down the docks. They moved ships out of the way a couple days in advance. There are hundreds of people that are watching. Again, there's still lots of music and food and everything and lots of loud conversations.
Okay, ladies, I have to go now. I have to go shoot now. Thank you. Thank you.
More arrows are fired and people are being eliminated. You start getting closer and closer towards the action. Someone else calls out, is there anyone else who challenged me? And they start shooting it out. And time goes by and the contestants start to get really narrow. And it's kind of like the veteran badasses. And it's just like, yeah, if I wait too long, I'll look like a punk, like I'm trying to get in the system. He steps in, I challenge you. And shot. And then, Idrisil, you start to see a challenger to you take shape. There's a cocky guy who's making shots, particularly around the range 3 target, hitting them dead center almost very consistently. And this is an elf with an embroidered cloak and a ponytail who is making these shots very, very well. Time goes by, he is knocking out person after person, and one guy even who's been waiting a while just shakes his head. He doesn't want the embarrassment. And so says, no, I'm gone. And it's getting low and low. Everyone's kind of looking around, and this guy takes shots and puts down this local hunter. The local hunter takes a shot at the third target, misses. And then this elf gloats and says, well, I've already won, and I'll just make a show of this. And he fires his last arrow that hits the third target again, making it 5 in a row on that target. And you are the only last one. The elf calls out, far too easy, Mearscon, far too easy. Is there no other challengers? Otherwise, I believe I am afforded the right to declare my commoner's law.
Brenner's would like to say something to the archer, Idrisil.
Okay.
First, I would like to ask, with the knowledge imparted to me on the Elvish roll, which was some knowledge gleaned about the elves,
+2 or something.
Would like to, if possible, notice something about the elves' stance or style that he might be using, and impart that role to Idrisil as a knowledge, probably akin to, I notice he's standing this and this away. If you stand this way, maybe that'll help.
Or the embroidery or something.
Yeah.
All right. Make a society roll and add your +2.
Society roll +2. A 29.
A 29. You do recognize something with his embroidered cloak to some sort of lineage of elves that I will let you make a quick name or something for. And in particular, there's some sort of challenge or some sort of little dig that you think would throw this person off their game. If you can quickly role play what that is, you can then hand that gift to Idrisil. And Idrisil, that means you can put a -2 to a single shot that this person makes right before they make it.
Idrisil, before you advance in this round, I see you're ready to make a claim. I noticed something peculiar, something that I read about earlier. This particular embroidery is indicative of the Kiara, the elvish tribe, if you will. But they use a certain stance, and I feel that you could mimic that to your advantage. Good luck.
Yeah, Brenros, Idrisil will clasp Brenros as they often do.
You get a little mud as I'm.
Yeah. It's just like, oh.
A little blood.
Thank you, Brenros. Really. No, Brenros, I appreciate this as nothing before. I will
Good
use
luck.
this to my best ability.
Happy hunting. And Brenros disappears into the crowd.
Yeah.
Okay. Brenros disappears in the crowd, and the elf says,
I give
"No one
Sildren
else
kind of a
then?"
sting look. I give Sildren kind of a. That's how it's done. Hey, look.
And he looks, and the tournament guy looks around.
Well, if there really is no one else, leave it to the elves, eh?
He kind of looks over at you and says, "You're rather cocky."
And I will pull down my hood and reveal my non-ponytailed now hair, since I cut off my ponytail, and present myself. I challenge you, sir. Idrisil.
So be it. We need our arrows, and arrows are brought forth, or you can bring your own. And the crowd gathers, and everyone gets really quiet, like a golfing shot is about to be made. If you watch closely, Idrisil bringing 4-iron to the and
It seems the dark Ogren bow is extra. Nice.
The crowd is getting very quiet. You have 5 arrows and 5 arrows only. And
Before we get started, I have a quick technical question.
Sure.
Each time I fire will be a new round.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it won't be a multi-shot type of a thing. So
Yeah. I can't do hunt prey on an object anyway. It has to be a creature.
Nope. So what you have is you have 5 floating targets, each further out than the last. They are what we'll call range 1, range 2, range 3, range 4, and the farthest range 5. You know that the range 1 is pretty much a guaranteed hit for you. A range 2 is 75% roughly. A range 3 is roughly 50%. A range 4 is roughly 25% chance to hit. And a range 5 is about a 5% chance to hit. These are rough approximations as you're looking and eyeballing this, and you gain points for the numbered of target that you hit. So you hit a range 1 target, you get 1 point. If you hit a range 3, you get 3. So it's a huge risk versus reward concept for you, and you get a huge advantage in that he must go first. So he's setting the tempo of the numbers.
Okay.
And can we have...
And it's a total points accumulation.
And can we have Jeremy, can you type in the Fantasy Grounds text box the scores as they happen so we can visually track that? So this ponytailed elf has some custom arrows, and he... knocks back an arrow, and he aims, and he calls out like a pool hustler, 3rd target, and fires through the air. And let me double check my math. I gotta have this closer. And nails that target with ease, and shunk, it goes right through. He has 3 points, and the crowd claps. It is your turn, Idrisil.
3rd range. Sounds like home to me. And I will try to roll a 33.
33, shunk, you hit right next to him, and Idrisil has scored 3 points as well. It is his round. He kind of looks at you with an approving nod. And he says a 3rd target and makes another shot. and nails that one, scoring 3 more points.
That's 6 to him. Okay. Idrisil will.
And also, before he shoots any of his next 3 shots, you can do that stance and call it out and point it out to him. That will throw him off his game for a -2.
Okay. I will. It's unfortunate that I can't do my aimed shot because I don't have a creature in mind here. I will go. He did. Okay.
He just still going through his Rolodex of abilities and bonuses.
Literally. Idrisil will just look at him.
Hunt prey.
4th range.
Ooh, this is not easy.
I'm gonna use one of my hero points.
Yeah, you rolled a 4. That's a good
I
idea.
did. With a 5, a 21.
With a 21, and your arrow splashes into the water. He says, the pressure's kind of getting to you.
Can I hunt prey on a target for our purposes here?
You cannot, unfortunately not.
So,
no.
Is there a fish in the water that I can see somewhere?
No.
Okay.
It is his round, and he draws an arrow, and he says, 4th target.
I'm going to do the stance
Oh, okay.
real quick.
He looks at you, confused. Kind of
Try it without doing this silly pose, why don't you?
throws him off. He's got a -2, and his shot plunks into the water.
From the crowd, you hear, "Nice ponytail!" Ha ha!
And can
yeah.
Yathane comes in and lands behind the target?
Yathane lands out on the water.
Yeah.
Which target?
The 4th target.
Okay.
Idrisil sees Yathane, gives her a wink, and his eyes glow red.
This is awesomely weird.
That is crafty. That is
It
crafty.
is awesome.
I'm going to use my aimed shot to gain a +2, and I will shoot, and I will say to the guy, "Fly away, little arrow. Fly away."
It's not easy.
Oh. I'll do it. I'll use my last hero point.
All right.
Yeah. Better roll this time.
Oh fuck!
Oh, a natural
one.
What is going on?
We are not meant to win this competition.
Ooh.
Oh no!
With a natural 1, you miss your shot, and your arrow, your bow is slightly affected in a way, and you are psyched out also a bit in a way, and you are at -1 for your future shots.
It's what is it? First to
Once
it's
all 5
highest
arrows are fired.
oh fuck, and that was 4.
That was 3 arrows.
That was round 3. Okay.
3 arrows. So what's
Ponytail's
the...
at 6 points, and Idrisil is currently at 3 points.
All right.
There are 2 arrows left.
Okay.
He grabs his second to last arrow, and he is going to downgrade a bit. He says, let's go back to range 3 if that works better for you. And he fires through the air, and that might be close. And barely hits the outside of that target, but it does count for 3 points.
Was that the one that had the -2?
No,
Oh.
Last roll. Dave.
That was
that was the
okay.
last one. That would have been interesting.
Went into the water.
Yathane's still out there.
Yeah. It's a 25% chance to hit, though. Like, it's so bad.
You rolled a 4 and a 1. Like, any roll that is probably going to be better. You know what? Don't listen to me. I said that last time.
I know.
Not work out.
Anytime someone helps us, we get the natural one. Eyes still red. I'm not here to make it easy for you. And I will continue shooting at the 4th range.
Right. Good luck.
The 28 plus 2. So 30.
Is a 30? You cut a bit of the pontoon, but don't hit the target. You needed a 31.
Oh, come on.
You hit short. What is the score?
The score is Ponytail 9, Idrisil 3.
All
We're
right.
supposed to win.
Well, it looks like I can't lose. I will go for range 4 since you keep aiming for it and show you how this is done. And he fires through the air. And
FNA leaves.
that's another close one. And he got +2 over. And he hits the 4 target with a 33 and hits it. It's not pretty shot, but he does hit it. And says, that's how you're meant to do that, my friend. Your last shot, if you would like to save some honor.
Man, I really don't like that a 30 doesn't hit a target. That sucks. Like, my range has nothing. I can't. It's not easier for me because I have better range than almost anybody. Like,
No.
my range is double what most people's is. It's a little too late now.
Not ponytails.
I can't win, so
What do you do then?
The bow turns to the
90 degrees to the right.
There can be only one.
What do I do?
Shock Rune the 5th target.
Well, I mean, they all do shock damage.
5th target. 5th target. Target.
The crowd yelling
Target.
5th target.
You can do it yourself.
Happy
5th
Gilmore.
target.
5th target. 5th target.
I will turn to him. He sees the red light kind of dim from my eyes. And I'll close my eyes. And I'll shoot for the 5th target.
All right, you need a 36 or higher.
That's actually not possible.
Oh, it's possible.
So
Natural 20. Natural 20 can
20.
do it.
No, I don't want to do it.
You can do it. Believe in yourself.
Idrisil will abstain his last shot.
All right. Do you yield then?
I can see a defeat when it's right in front of me. I need not embarrass myself today.
He comes over to shake your hand and then pulls it away with that old high school gag at the last second and says, "Oh, you are as bad a shot as you are trying to clasp hands. Give it up for this hunter here." And the crowd gives you some cheers that you don't hear at all. And he smiles at your glare at him. He says to the crowd cockily, and there's no one else out there, so he's got it all. He says, "As I said before, this was far too easy. Now, if there are no other challengers," and then you hear a voice call out. You hear a voice say, "I would not mind giving a braggart a bit of a challenge." And stepping out of the crowd comes a hooded figure with a bow slung over his covered head. "I beat you with 5 shots, and this law is mine." The hooded archer takes off a quiver filled with target shooting arrows crafted from white wood. He takes a simple bow off his shoulder with old hands, and the ponytailed elf rolls his eyes. Those are the rules, old man. If you're willing to risk humiliation. The old man throws back his hood, revealing the teacher and veteran archer, Portmer, from Edlin Home.
I snap my Ocran bow in half on my knee. Fuck you! Get out! My jaw drops, if anything.
Portler says, I'm willing to take that risk. And he takes out his target shooting arrows and approaches and walks over to you, Idrisil, and gives you a big smile.
Master.
And he says, Idrisil, stand back and let me give you another lesson today.
Oh, if that wasn't such a good line, I would kick your ass right now.
He steps forward and says, you have the first shot, I believe. And the archer, the elven archer, takes his first shot and says, third target, and misses. Hold on. He waits.
Of course he does.
He misses with the third target. It is Portmer's turn. Alistair, I would like you to roll for Portmer, and you need to add a plus 27 to hit. What target are you calling out for Portmer?
Plus 27, range 4.
All right.
Let's see what the old man can do. Wow. With what is it, a plus 20?
27.
27. I can't do math.
43.
43. With
Give me the
a
odd number.
43, you nail the range 4 target dead center, and Portmer is on the board with 4 points. The elf looks a little concerned about that, and he calls out, yeesh. He wants to be on the board. Range 3 is fine for me. And he hits range 3. And he's got 3 points on round 2. Portmer, you're up.
I so badly just wanted to start speaking for Portmer. All right. Plus 27. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't call out the post.
Yeah, doesn't count. Call it out.
Yep. He'll continue the 4th range.
All right.
For second round.
No.
Oh.
Natural one.
You got
Natural 1. He has 1 hero point available. No, correction. Yeah, he has 1 hero point available, but it takes 2 to re-roll.
Can Sildren give him one?
Sildren, yeah, you are connected to this a bit. Yeah, go ahead. You can re-roll.
Is he
Xander will.
using his hero point?
That's up to you.
That's up to you.
Oh, okay. Yes. Yes, he will.
All right.
Probably a smart move.
Oh, yeah, with a 16 plus 27. 43. Man.
43. You hit almost touching the same arrow you hit again. You nail that 4th platform. You now have some extra points. What's the score, Xander?
It's Ponytail 3 points, Portmer 8 points.
All right, round 3. The elf says, range 4, and he takes a shot and misses.
Young man, let's make it easier for you. And he'll do the range 3.
All right.
That went way off the grid there. Well, why is it going? 14
That's
plus 27 is what? 42? 41? Sorry.
41 is an easy hit on the range 3. What's the score now?
That would be Ponytail 3, Portmer 11.
Okay, how does this is not looking good. So I need 4 and 4. All right. He needs a lot of luck here. He starts praying to the sky and says, range 4, lines up a shot and fires away and hits for 4 points on the 4.
This is my 5th round.
This is your 4th round?
Fourth round. Okay, I'm sorry, I keep doing that.
The best. I mean, don't risk it. Go safe.
If you hit 3 here,
Yep.
he can't beat you.
But if
Okay.
you hit 5, he'll never beat you.
But if you don't hit anything, you'll tie, and I don't know what happens in that case.
If he hits both of them, we might tie.
Yeah, you could still try the 5 and then you need the 3
I'll just-
after that.
No, I'll just do the. We'll do the 4.
To the 4.
We'll stay on the 4.
It's a far shot, but you've been pulling it off.
All right, with a what is that now? 40 or a 42 should be.
42.
42 is a hit. You score the 4th rank. You score 4 more points. The ponytail guy angrily grabs his last arrow and fires it. Range 5 and fires it across and does not hit. His arrow goes flying and he storms off. And the crowd cheers like crazy for this old archer standing on the docks, and Portmer has a big smile that you have not seen maybe ever before, Idrisil.
Ever.
He is smiling like crazy. You see some of you glancing back at the stage off to the side. You see there's quite some concern by Senator Cathod, who is there. And the old archer, Portmer, slings his bow over his shoulder and says, well, that was fun. I believe I have some sort of law due to me. Have you any ideas, Idrisil? And he motions for you to come and tell him what you would like.
Portmar, you give me this honor, even though I am banished you?
He says, I do not care for arrogant archers, and I don't care for people trying to put my students in their quote-unquote place.
Idrisil will forego the usual clasp and run in for a fatherly hug.
All right. He's surprised. He does give you a hug back. You think this might be the only time this will happen, so enjoy it. He gives you a hug back and says, you seem, this seems to be of some importance to you. So what would you like? I assume some sort of fun time for some lady you're trying to impress?
On the contrary, it's a man. No.
He points at it.
We have something far more important in mind. And I'll look to Sildren and kind of give him a acknowledging nod.
Yeah, Sildren's already on his way to
Time approaches.
Take position in the best spot to unfurl the banner.
We need you to exclaim the new law in such a way that the king has rule once again.
The king?
King Phaon.
He turns to the stage and says, is it my right to claim a commoner's law? And the senator on the stage says, of course, you may claim it. Portmer says, then I would like to gift my law to someone here in the crowd, if that is allowed. The senator kind of smiles awkwardly. That is certainly fine. Might I recommend the champion that you beat? He fought well in this challenge with his bow. He seems a worthy recipient. Portmer says, hell no. I would like to give my winnings of this commoner's law to this noble archer elf who showed more spirit and courage than anyone I've seen out here on the docks firing today. I give my winnings to Idrisil. And he says, pointing to you. The whole crowd gets crazy quiet.
Idrisil looks amongst the crowd. He looks over towards the betting area and nods at Iggy. He sees Xander, nods at Xander. He sees Piercy and Brenros in the showers, nods at both of them as they clean off. And he looks up and he sees, I'm assuming he sees a half-elf on a balcony somewhere.
Yep.
And they're just looking into the sky, makes one last look back at Kethad, and exclaims at his loudest voice, "The king is alive, and his law shall be the one we follow. King Phaon rules again."
King Phaon! And the wolf banner is unfurled.
Wolf banner is unfurled.
Mhm.
Where is it unfurled at?
Well, I had spider climbed up to that vantage point.
Okay.
And it is taken over whatever other flag had happened to be there, and is now upon that mast, I guess.
All right. The crowd starts to murmur. They seem what's going on? They see the flag start to unfurl. Idrisil, make a diplomacy roll +4, please.
Big one, big one, big one.
Oh, so close. 28 total.
28. And for anyone not watching a live video, that was a half a second roll away from a natural 1.
It really
by
was.
the
Yeah,
way.
it was super
Holy
close.
moly.
Almost a
Idrisil,
natural 1.
With a 28, the crowd starts to chant, King Phaon, King Phaon. The flag starts to furl. Senator Cathod starts trying to wave them away. Hold on. This is very inappropriate. King Phaon. They start to cheer more and more. Some don't even know why they're saying it, but they're excited and they're cheering. And let's take that flag down. And he's getting drowned out by their voices. And the crowd starts cheering, King Phaon, King Phaon. Some people break through the little flag area and start patting Idrisil on the back and Portmer on the back and start chanting, King Phaon, King Phaon. And some guards start grabbing on to the senator and start pulling him and whisking him out of the way, pulling Sir Kendall as well and getting that whole entourage out of the way of this loud cheering and crying for King Phaon. There is a big smile on Idrisil's lips as the king's name is said loud and proudly across the city for the first time in 20 years, and we will stop there for tonight, everybody. Thanks so much.
Jump in.
Thanks so much for joining us. It was a great blast, and we will see you next time.